But yeah, we are going to be back into totally an Oasis, which is going to be our all achievement map. So this is one of the new maps that are released with the new 1.0 update. I'm not going to lie, it's really nice. It's interesting how they made it so that you only have one water source. And another interesting thing about that is that how they kind of made it. This water source is pressurized. And what that means is that it generates water, but once it gets above the water source, it stops creating, so it doesn't overflow. But the crazy thing about this is that this generates bad water. So we had to make a reservoir system right here to top it off. At this point, because of how it works, we're constantly draining water this way now. Because we're constantly topping it off because we were trying to keep it pressurized. Realistically, though, this is something that we only need to do during bad tide. Now, because of the fact that we don't have really a way to, set an automatic schedule for that during the change of seasons, we're just letting it run. Our reservoir right here, we have a lot of water. You can see that this is on the bottom, and we have 2 levees worth of water, so we have a lot. We're also overflowing some water down this way, right? And that's because we're going to flow some water down here. And then we're basically doing Operation Water Storage. You can see that we're making a little bit of a barrier right here. And then the logic's going to be is that we're going to just hold water here. And then we're going to be growing our plants. Now, this area is probably just going to be trees. We're basically using this area right here as tree space. And we're just going to be playing on 3x speed. And the problem with this, I mean, it's not really a problem. The thing with this is that we don't have enough space. If we look on the entire map, it's dry. It's either bad water or no water. And as a result, we only have our starter water source and these buildings called aquifers. They have random spawn points, like we'll have another aquifer right here. But because of how the game works, they added a lot of bad water, I guess, obstacles. Because not only do you have bad water sources that are constantly running like this, they have occasional bad water tides from drains too. So it's like a weird water balancing act because you have to be able to have the water empty out before this makes it overflow. And you can kind of see that if you add a little bit more water to this, it might start spilling over. And then that's going to limit how much water gets to leave. That might cause other water sources to back up, and that would be bad. So it's kind of like weird trying to figure out how we want to balance this. Another thing is on this side, we are eventually going to fill this up with water. Right now, it's just going to spill out. Right? So this is nothing we could really do about that. Eventually, though, we have a wall right here because we're going to fill this up with water. It's going to spill out this way. We're going to remove the levees. Yep, this is dried up. Nice. We could spill the water into here, and it will spill out into here, and it's going to become a reservoir. While that is going to be what we want, the thing with that is, I might want to do that with a sluice setup. I'm not sure yet, though. We'll see, we'll see. And that way, we'll be able to spread out the fertile land around us. We are probably going to stay around our 100 pop. We're 2 monuments in. We still need to do the rooftop terrace build over here. I wouldn't mind doing that, to be honest. And once we get that done, our well-being's going to go up. 27's not bad. I really do like the geothermal power that they have in the game. That's kind of nice. That's kind of like the Timberborn version of like geysers. All right, so right now we're stacking up the resources. We need to make sure we always have food. The water's fine. All right, so we either have to A, attach the wall here now so that we could hold up the water, or B, try to set up the dam. I think we try to set up the dam. Another thing that I'm thinking about is I might not want this to be a dam. I'm thinking, if anything, that might be a levee. But I think what we want to do is eventually put a floodgate there so that we could drain this area on demand. Yeah, you see the water's overflowing right there right now. We're going to fill up this area to a reservoir. All right, so in order to make that work, though, we gotta start building. Oh, you see this? The pathing here is yellow, meaning that it's pretty close by. Like, the space here is really good for us because we don't have to travel that far. Like, going up to here is red, so we have to go really far to go chop wood and to get wood. They're chopping, they're planting. All right, and it's fertile here now, so we could expand a little bit. I think we're gonna expand trees up here into... I think we're gonna do pines. The logic is because that area dries up. We'll change those to oaks. That area dries up when the water here dries up. It was zipline set. I am not gonna lie, that's something I never remember to use because it's relatively new. Kender Frog. I really should try to use ziplines, man. I have it unlocked, and I could afford everything with it. That might be what we should do. We could easily put a platform here to do a zip line. I'm more used to the... So I never played with zip lines. I've never built this before. I've only done the travel tubes with the Ironteeth. I guess the only thing I'm kind of curious about is... will that actually get in the way of the windmills? I hope it doesn't. We're gonna have to put that 2x3 there. And then... Oh, no, it does. No! It gets in the way of the windmills. Alright, we didn't break anything. I guess we could move the windmills. Operation move the windmills. Do overhangs. There's just, I mean, I guess we could. Now we'll just move the windmills. I think that's going to be better in general. I want to say that's probably better, but I'm not actually sure. Alright, we're just going to be a little extra. We're going to do the same thing. Double shaft into the windmill. And then we'll slowly start moving these out, which is fine. Working on this. And then the one thing is Beaver's injured. Oh, okay. So he's in the beds. We're fine. And we're not tapped on the metal beds. We're fine. We're fine. Water seems good. So I don't use overhangs that much. If you do an overhang, do the crops underneath still grow? But yes, okay, cool. Cool. Let me go with storage. So we could store anything here. I don't think I'm gonna need 1,000 of a lot of things. I think we'll just keep wood at 1,000, and then the other stuff I think we reduce. Let's unlock the large storage. We'll start putting it here. That wouldn't be bad. Now, what would I put in this? I guess I need to consider what I put in it first. I do think the large piles would be not bad, though. For a lot of intermediate goods. Like, having 200 planks is not a bad idea. And then I guess we put decor right there, or maybe we realign everything. I do kind of want to grab the scrap here, because I'm looking at this. This is actually pretty good fertile land to grow something. I wouldn't mind doing that. Okay, so overhang. Let's buy this one. Oh. Okay. I see. There's a minimum height we gotta be at. Haha, damn. That would be basically the, we would have to make a bridge from the top. Funny thing with this is that where we would put it is not fertile, so there's like no impact. Other option is to tunnel through. Okay, so you can go over the trees and it's no problem. That's kind of nice. Very specific uses. This is actually kind of nice. Alright, so we're using up... Oh no, we have a lot of logs. They are getting this done. All of my builders' huts are fine. Hauling huts are fine. Unemployed. Alright, we're gonna be doing another builder's hut then. Damn. I got rid of it. Drought's approaching, we're fine with that. I may even want to, oh, it's adding water this way. That's fine. We need to finish this so we can allow the water to start spilling over. I'm probably gonna do levy sluice here. So that when we bop the blockage, it's gonna be easy. Alright, windmills up. Let's bop this one. I ended up not pulling power to there, so a lot of these don't need to be here. Yeah, we're not actually pulling power up. Ooh, does the zipline need power? No, right? Zip lines don't need power, I think. I'm not actually sure. They don't. Okay, cool. Cool. Recoup all that. We'll get the 2x2 right there. And then another thing I think we would want is another double plat and then another layer here. And then I probably do those as well. I might not need these two though. Okay, I don't think we're gonna need a lot of the pathing here anymore. The dam should be fine. Square route should be fine. A lot of dead trees there, but we should be okay. Alright, so our water's topped off. I don't think I'm worried about this. This is... no more trees are growing there. So I was thinking about picking up the scrap there, but it's like I haven't even finished this scrap pile yet. We could, I guess, just store the scrap inside of underground just to get rid of it. This is all good range too. So you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna do that. I'm gonna put an underground pile just for scrap, so that we could just have it torn down, stored, and then we could just get rid of the scavenger right there. And then potentially move on to here, try to get this mined out. Then we will just have, like, you know, metal waiting. Alright, so this is done. Recoup some of that paper. Let's do a +1 here. Windmill's done. Go +1. All right, cool. Oh, this is larger. I guess that still works. I did this wrong. All right, so we have Spatter Dog down below. We're probably gonna put cattails here. We need to get that food variety at this point. Okay, so food is right here for now. Doesn't seem like we have enough potatoes. Okay, so let's plant carrots here. I guess we do that. And do... once these get grown, I think they're just gonna harvest and then we'll be good, right? Or will they not harvest these? Because I don't have the tile below. I need to convert this to potatoes. Oh yeah. These don't need to be there anymore. I'm also thinking about just removing the water pump here. I think this is good enough. We could also move a water pump up top. Oh, looks like they do harvest. They're just busy doing other stuff. Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll let that just finish up and we'll get more potatoes there. Because it looks like while we have potatoes, there's no abundance. Like we have spatter dog and then grilled. That's because we have a lot of spatter dog. Alright, so we're gonna bop the Forester. And then we're gonna get the aquatic farmhouse. Nice. Alright, cool. Let's do that. That. This is probably always better. And then technically we don't need this weird path in the back. We just pick this up. Okay, let's get the zip line. This blueberry's in a bad spot. I feel like that's where I want my zip line to be. All right. Carrots are here. Blueberries are going to be right next to it. We will turn off the sky. We will want to clean up this side of the farm field soon. We're almost done with the wall. Drought is in progress. I didn't even realize. We just have so much water in the res. I haven't realized we're having things like that. Alright, I could still reach everything, right? Yeah, it looks good. We could do... There's no water-based trees. So it's just going to be cattails. Okay. There is a max distance. Okay. So we'll just do aquatic there. We do another aquatic on this side then. That's what that means. And then we could grow more food here. Maybe more cattails. We'll have to see. Blueberry. Dump that out. Because we live right here, the main building's right there, but we live up there, so it's like here to here, it's pretty good. Save all this travel time. We could also go here to here to here, because that's where food storage is, and then it's like, that's going to be pretty nice. Okay. I guess we're going to have to play around with that and see how that works. I'm going to put this here. Or maybe I should put it back here. Above everything. Because if I put it here... Actually, that's a great spot. Alright, let's see if this works. This is emptied out. Okay, another thing is cattails. We do grill the cattails. We do grill the cattails. So the cooking stuff is going to be over here. Power, no power, and then beehive. Alright, so we do need another grill. I guess I could try to dynamite everything here, but it looks like, yeah, can't fit it in. I guess we'll just do it like that. Wait, that's not cattails. Chestnuts. Cattails is just mill. Oh, I see. So what I don't have is power. But Tixo coming in with the prime. Thanks so much for the prime using it on me. Enjoy the emoji that reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. I do need to hydrate. Black coffee. Kind of warm still. Almost tastes bad. Got that black coffee though. I'm in. I might need to put it here, man. Because I need to be able to get power. How do I want to do this? This wouldn't be bad. That would actually be ideal, having it right there. So let me move this here, move the staircase. Do it like that. The reason why is because we'll be able to pull a power line underneath the platform naturally. And just pull it out this way. We'll have power on both sides. That's hard to pass up on. Oh, ha. Are we at, can't reach? Yep. Still waiting on connection. Too far. Too far. Alright, this might... I feel like this tool needs to be a little bit better designed. Because you can't see distance between zip lines. That's the thing that's kind of weird with it. You really can't see distance, so you're kind of like spitballing. That's kind of rough. Green circle. Oh, there's a green circle indicator. Oh, wow. I would not have noticed that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. If you go too far, it goes away. I effectively need to go here to here to here. I probably need it here because I could actually walk on this. Wait, will the windmills get in the way? No way, bro. Do I have to do like triple plat at the bottom instead? Oh, dude. Do I get bought by the windmills? That's what I'm thinking. It might be better to do like a... We could either do it down here and it would work. This, I'm not sure if the windmills bop it though. Oh, we could just do it here. That's effectively the same thing. If this works, no problem, right? Yeah. All right, we're fine. We're fine. That works. Here to here to here. What's going on, Borove? Chop beaver. Is that appetizing? Oh, you're saying use the hanging zipline beam? I see you. I see you. No, man, you don't understand. The beaver is doing the chopping. No, the water. My trees are dying. 10 days. We're already out of drought, though, so it's no big deal. That's what I was worried about with the waters. All right, we're almost done. And then let's clear the blockage. All right, close when the water is 295. Yeah. I think this works out. You know what we should do that I think we will do is I think we end up adding levees on the edge. So we get to retain water to the height where the waterfall is. And then we overflow. Honestly, man, I hope there's more updated textures. This game feels like it was made in 2016 when you look at the graphics. Realistically, man. Now, it's not that it's going to hold it back. I just wouldn't mind, you know, and a better updated look. I think that idea with the yeah, I think that idea with the extended water reservoir right here, raising it up a little bit, is pretty good. Yeah, we're refilling back here as we should, and then it's gonna spill into here. Okay, so let me try to get that in then. Let's get rid of the platforms. This part is weird. We go down and go up. And then we're gonna put another line of levees in. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Oops. Because I need that to connect. Okay. Oh. Can we pick this up? Oh no, bro. We can't pick this up. Alright, we're gonna use meme strats. Nice, it worked. Let's go. All right, so we're gonna set up the dam. Can you put levees on top of plats? You can, right? Yeah, okay, so that's gonna be the play. I don't want to. Oh no! No! I built a bomb right there. No. That was an accident. Oh, they built one here too. No, I detonated it. Oh, I messed up. I hit the wrong button. No one saw that. No one saw that. No one saw that. Guys, everything is working exactly as expected. No errors have been made. Everything is great. Yeah, we're just making a deeper reservoir. Totally legit. No one saw that, man. No one saw that. All right, another thing we will want on the side is setting up this levee. Yeah. No one saw that? All right, so we have to line this up eventually. I guess we don't need to do it yet. We'll just put this on low priority if my beavers are bored. This should be done first. All right, so my connections are done, right? Bam. 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 Hey, let's go. We ziplining, boys. Wait. 39? Feels bad. Does anyone know how much meters one square is in the game? One of these squares. Because we have this unit measurement called meters here. 3930, what does that even mean? That tiles? I'm just thinking any one of these here. It was 1 meter. Okay. I guess we just put it here then. Should be fine. Should be fine. No, we're overfilling. We're gonna go with 2.9 instead of 2.95. Alright, so our beavers are working. A little bit unemployed, which is fine. Okay. We have 3 hauling groups that we realistically don't need everyone hauling. So we have a lot of beavers that are able to do other jobs, I guess. Oh, we're using the metal. Ah, that's kind of nice. My beavers are working. They're working. Google says 1 block is 1 cubic meter. Seems legit. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I just didn't know if there was any unit of measurements in this game. Like, just like, I don't think it was introduced till we get the zip lines. Maybe it was, and I just missed it. All right, so holding water here is going to keep us with things here that we need. This could be wood. I think we keep the food at the bottom. Makes the most sense. So we're going to start converting a lot of the area. Ooh, this is done. Potato. My life is potato. All right, almost done. So this is gonna keep trees growing. We could cut the trees. Oh, I never actually put a command on the backside. Feels bad. Oh, huh. There was a plant right here. All right, we got water here. Wet fur buff. Let's go. Wow, are we on this? Wow. They're working on the backside already. So this is going to be the elevated reservoir that we're going to line up on the back. Just so that we hold as much water as we can. And then eventually we're going to get water into here. So this actually means that we can start doing something like this. Recoup the wood if we need to. Add connection here. Look at those zipline pylon. Oh, it updates the pathing? It updates the pathing relative to the zipline. Oh, that's really nice. I did not know it did that. It updates the pathing relative to the zipline. That's really good. I like that, man. All right, so far so good. Did we get the ladder built? We did. So we want to do this now. Bop this. Bop that. Bop this. And then we want to get the mill here. Okay, and then we're going to get power in the corner. There we go. I am going to change the pathing here slightly. And then we get another mill here. There we go. Game from Poland. Is that a Polish thing? Polish feature. Or a building type. They also call parsnips kohlrabi. I can't say I'm familiar with what that is. But apparently it's like parsnips in another language. Oh, it does get flooded. Ah, okay. That's unfortunate. Y'all see this? Cattails are flooded. It's too much water. Who would have thought, man? Who would have thought? Too much water. So it looks like cattails have to be on the top level. Yeah, 1 water depth for crops. That's unfortunate. So I guess that means the aquatic farm is bopped here. We can't grow anything, right? Could we just... Very unfortunate. Gotta bop that. These platforms are bopped too then. Have some parsnip seeds and kohlrabi seeds. They are the same family though. Oh, so it's like how you have a turtle and a tortoise. Same family, they're just kind of different. Eventually, if we excavate dirt, we could go back and put it there, I guess. I wonder if we could find another way of doing like a water farm somewhere. is there another way we could do this? Parsnip is the root, the kohlrabi is the stem. Oh. Huh, interesting. Stem versus root. Dude, where else could we grow that, though? I guess we wait till later. So the problem with this area is that this is eventually going to be 2 tiles tall, so that we get water down this way. Which is why we sealed this up. The front side of that low res right here? Or are you talking about the side? There's barely space here, so I'm thinking not really. You know what I'm thinking about doing? Putting an aquifer here, and then creating a reservoir here by using dynamite. And then have that water empty out to a low section here and grow it. Under the zip line. Right here. I tried to get creative with my last build and went canal heavy. It looked like Amsterdam when I was done with that. That's nice. As long as the travel was good, man. That's all that matters. Oh, I could do it. That's far, though. So I'm sluicing into here, so this is always going to be topped off. I'm sluicing into here, so this is supposed to be topped off. I have a place I think would make sense. What's going on, Rivolium? And, you know, I'm just... You get the aquifer, right? So the water just spawns. I was thinking about this, yeah. Because what we could do is we could reroute this levee out this way. And then dynamite the inland, because we're getting water filled into here anyways. And then use the top half, right? Because it's going to be filled with water, but it's going to be 1 deep right here as cattails. We're not really using this space, and then it's pretty close. I'd probably move a bunch of my buildings up top, though, which is probably fine. We could also just do like a patch here. That probably will be what we do. Is just let the beavers finish up their jobs first. Oh, we never set up the mills yet. So this is going to be cattails and then wheat flour. Which is fine, which is fine. We don't really have anything for that yet. We will eventually go into the other buildings. I guess while we have a lot of resource right now, we should think about the large warehouse space. I do think it's going to be right here, though. Might be just a matter of how we set it up. Now, this is a 3x right here, so it really does just fit this storage warehouse right here. Just makes a lot of sense. Oh, you fit 2 here. That might be how we do it. Get some large warehouses right here for the foods. Yeah. Dude, we're actually using the scrap. I'm kind of impressed. All right, the new dam is ready. It's looking good. We actually don't need this path here anymore, which is why I'm thinking having this spill in just makes sense. Let's go to 90. It's trying to spill out when it can. All right, so we'll leave it like that. Is there a way to see where they're able to go? You hit, well, not for the individual. You could see all pathing. Oh, I guess if you, oh, you can't click on the beaver. Yeah, you can't see the beaver's pathing. But if you click on the path, you see the like pathing for travel. Red being far, green being close. And it's all relative to the district. Yeah, you have something. Haha, yeah. See, that's why Whiskerwood's in early access still. One of these days, I'll get it, man. All you gotta do is complain to the devs. Hey, man, we need a distance checker. It's gonna be like, what do you mean? Like, have you played Timberborn? Alright, this water flowing should be fine. I am thinking about adding another layer here, though. They need a lot more QL work. That's fair. Timberborn has been earning for a long time. Yeah, it's what, 5 years? 5 years, right? 4 years? 4 years, 5 years. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Okay. Woo. We was drowning. We was drowned. No one saw that. 19 was alpha. Ah, yeah, I only played it once it full released the beta. I didn't play it in any of the other versions. Oh no, bro. Yeah, we're gonna flood again. We gotta fill this up. Spilling off this way is great, but spilling off that way is not good. I was part of the initial beta release when it just got released on Steam. I don't remember the version of it. I remember being part of like the first wave of content creators they invited in, though. That was a long time ago. Dude, we're gonna flood. We gon' flood. All right. I hate to do this. We're gonna have to drain the outlet water that way. Otherwise, we gonna have a bad time. We got to finish the front part of the water retaining. Oh yeah, so I was saying earlier, we could dynamite this area. And then the water just spills in. And then we have a 1 deep area right here. And then this spilling down means that this always keeps topped off. So it's effectively, once we get this water reservoir on this high ground right here, with the wall set up, we put the cattails right here. So we just gotta wait, but effectively we have a spot for it. I think it might have been YouTube videos. Yo, man, maybe. Who knows? Who knows, man? I see you over there, Kender Frog. Yo, man, whatever the way you guys found out about my channel, shout out to you guys, man. Appreciate you guys for coming out. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to help. Otherwise, man, we are trying to get all achievements right now. Goals are simple. Get all the Achievos. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I think that plan makes sense though, right? Setting up the dynamite right here. Creating a low ground. The only thing is if I want to extend out the levee wall this way and connect out the edge. Because if we do it that way, we'd be able to retain a little bit more water and have more cattails growing. Maybe that's good. We should try setting that up. Well, I want to finish this first, right? This beaver factorial, no belts. No belts. Green ferret, no belts. It's basically you play as the biters that are non-hostile. That probably doesn't even make sense. I mean, it kind of does. The more pollution there is, the more your beavers are going to want to grow. No, that doesn't really make sense either. You know how the biters in Factorio really only become a thing because you start polluting? Beavers are kind of the same way. Not really, though. But yeah, no belts, man. I don't know what to tell you. No belts. Straight ass whooping. No belts needed. And what we do is we kick pollution's ass, which is the red water. And yeah, totally. That's Timberborn. Yeah, seem legit. Okay, so we have a couple warehouses up. We're gonna empty out the blueberries again. We are gonna put carrots, and then blueberries. All right, we're just basically bopping the raws. And then we're gonna rebuild this area to have large warehouses to be a little bit better. Beaver Rimworld, but industrial fighting against pollution. Have you played Whiskerwood? This is Whiskerwood with beavers. Seems legit. Now, we should never actually say it like that because technically Whiskerwood is not it's the younger game, so it's like not a lot of people are gonna know that. People would probably know Timberborn than Whiskerwood. Have not played, gotcha. This is Rimworld with beavers, and there's no active hostility. What I mean when I say no active hostility is that there's no guns, you know? Beavers aren't gonna start picking up a ray gun and start going pew pew. You know, things like that. None of that's gonna happen. Feels bad. They will have, though, poison via the red water right here. If you touch it, you get contaminated, and then, you know, COVID-19. starts happening, and then you gotta quarantine. It'd be like that sometimes. Anyways, this is kind of more of an ecology sim, more than anything. While it's kind of like that, I don't really feel like it's fully fleshed out. I feel like this could be developed a lot more. But it's effectively what it is. It's a lot of water physics, relative fertility to the water, right? And then utilizing it as beavers. So with beavers, you know, you do a lot of dam and waterway structures. That's basically what you do. By rerouting the water, you create more fertile ground. And by routing the water effectively, you get to retain more of it. And then create more fertile areas and start spreading it around. The thing with that is that it's really hard to compare to another game, just because a lot of games don't really focus on the ecology. RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, Factorio, Sad Factory, Medieval Castle games. I see you. Yeah, it's probably like RimWorld. That's pretty fair. Dwarf Fortress is pretty fair. I wouldn't really say Factorio though, just because there's no conveyor belts or automation. Everything is labor based. Like the beavers have to work at a building, someone has to carry it to the building, things like that. Not a lot of automation going on. Alright, so we are using the warehouses. Endgame is building a rocket ship and escaping Earth. Dude, when I saw the teaser and I saw the satellite crash on the ground, I thought that was like the beginning of the rocket launch mission. I'm not even kidding, man. I saw that, I was like, oh shit, we're gonna actually launch rockets and have beavers in space. I thought that to myself, man. I really did. I was like, yo, man, we really doing this. That was first thought. Wow, we really doing this. You never know with future factions. I feel like where is the pollution from in this game? So pollution is in the form of water, contaminated water. This is known as bad water. It's effectively poisonous liquid on contact, meaning if your beavers swim in it or touch it, not even eating it, they get sick, and then you have to quarantine. Not really quarantine, but they die, right? If you don't deal with the sickness. Outside of that, that's really it. Some people argue it's kind of like oil mixed with water, and it's like you can't drink it, and it's effectively just bad. Bad tide. And then one of the things you have in this game is seasonality. What I mean when I say seasonality is that you have different seasons. So you have normal season, drought period, and then bad tide. Bad tide is when all water sources in the game, right? So water source is something like the bad water source, or your normal water source is gonna start spewing out red water. So the thing about the red water is that it basically poisons all the crops, and it also means that your beavers get sick. So if we're not smart with this, we get wrecked. Now, the reason why this isn't pushing out red water right now, despite being bad tide, is because this is a pressured water source, meaning that if you don't let it spawn any water, and we prevent that by siphoning water from the top reservoir, it never creates any. So if we prevent it from creating water, we don't have to deal with it. So we got a little bit lucky with the water design that we set up. Outside of that, if you had other normal water sources, they basically go blue to red. See, this is what I was worried about. During the bad tide season, there's going to be too much water, and this is going to fill up. This spills out this way, which flows back out that way, which raises up the water level here. This spills out. That doesn't hurt me, though. Yeah, so okay, that's not bad then. This seems okay. Our wall right here is working. This is starting to fill up. I probably do put a levee there just in case. Get a little worried. Can you block? You can't. So a lot of times, since you get sick, you have to wait till it's drought period so that it stops producing water entirely. And then you could build something called a dome. It seals up the bad water source. I should probably start making these. I'm not really too worried about it though, because effectively it's not really bothering us right now because we've rerouted the water in a way that it doesn't hurt us. So we can take our time with that. This one, the drains, I'm thinking kind of like how they used to allow you. Let me pause this. I'm thinking you could stack this and then eventually block the out. Oh, you can't. Oh, they don't allow you to build in front of it. Huh. All right, maybe you can't do anything about the drains. But yeah, these drains, I'm not sure. This is my first experience with these drains, this map. Ooh, I apologize. But yeah, it doesn't actually allow you to build a levee in front of it, so I'm thinking you just can't drain it. The new drains are interesting. They're sneaky, dude. Because of how it's a sidewall outlet, you could hide these, and especially since they added in like tunnels and caves now, because we do have a tunnel this way right here. Right, the water tunnel right there, right? You could easily sneak in a pipe inside that tunnel and like you just never notice. Oh, you're gonna be hiding them? You're gonna be making maps? Dude, I want to make some maps too. I feel like I should. I got some concepts and ideas that I feel like would be really cool. But I gotta keep them in my back pocket so that people don't know the strats that I'm gonna be trying to pull off. You know, it's normal strats. Normal strats. Totally nothing suspicious. I made mine quite a few. Most of mine are challenging. That's nice. I like the challenging maps. Frostpunk 2 got DLC. Oh, man. I didn't like Frostpunk. I'm not gonna lie. Frostpunk 2 felt like a bait and switch. Can you treat bad water and make it usable? No. Bad water is in and of itself a separate resource that you utilize for other things. So you can't convert bad water into regular water. However, you do use bad water. You can see that I have a tank of it. That bad water is used to make some of the high-end goods, one of which is explosives. You need bad water to make explosive, the dynamite. There's some other things too, I think, for the robots, if we get them eventually. And then there's some serums you could make too. Well, we are not the correct faction for it. There is a detailer. So you get extract by centrifuging bad water, and then you could use that to get tattoos. You can't convert it to water, but it's basically a separate resource. Frostpunk 2 and 1 are games from Poland. I see. When I play it, I don't feel a city builder. I don't know why, because it's not. Frostpunk 1 was supposed to be kind of like tropical in how it's like a campaign story-based city management system, a little bit resource management. Frostpunk 2 went straight up just different. I don't even know what you would call Frostpunk 2, man. Like, it's just so weird. But this, another company, and they have financial trouble. Yeah. All I gotta say is that I'm not a fan of the Frostpunk 2. It just seems like... It felt like... It felt like... How do I say this? It felt like I went to a burger place and then they gave me a chicken sandwich. And I'm just kind of like, I came for a burger, though. This is just not what I wanted. Chicken sandwich is not a burger, you know? And then they're kind of like, nah, man, this is still a burger. I'm like, nah, man, just because it has buns doesn't mean it's a burger. That's honestly how I feel about it, man. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, you have citizens you manage, doesn't mean it's a city builder. Like, none of it really matters. It's just so weird. It feels more kind of like the Paradox games. The 4X genre, you know what I'm saying? Where it's kind of like you kind of manage, there's population, but it's like those are just stats. They can't swim. They can't swim. They could swim in water. We have farmers right here. They go into the water all the time. They actually get a buff from swimming called wet fur. Right here. It's a good buff. Are those zip lines? I mean, yeah, it's not really a belt. I mean, I guess you call it a belt. This is Superman, the ride. And this is a roller coaster. You know how it is. Sometimes, man, the kids want to be like, I want to be Superman. I want to ride this one. You know how the kids be. But it looks walking underwater. Oh, so the walking animation on 2 legs is not tied to the area, but it's tied to if they're carrying something. If they're carrying something with their front hands, they stand up. Or you see that? It's on his back. They stand up for that. Right? If they're transporting goods, they're standing up. If they're not transporting goods, they're running on all fours. Has nothing to do with water. He's actually swimming while he's doing his planning stuff. But yeah, that's something else. That's tied to something else. Good eye though, man. Good eye. Oh, we're in normal weather again? Okay, cool. All the bad water is drying up because this is no longer running. And this is just slowly draining out. So what I do need to do is there is a debris right here we need to unblock. If we could do that, we help out this side. Even though there is a lot of water already. It wouldn't really hurt us because it's low ground technically. We're on the high ground. Alright, water's coming back. Let's go. Alright, just because it's taking a while. I'll put another builder's hut, man. We get the waters back. Let's go. Can you make land block? Yes, but I don't have an excavator. So you're talking about the dirt block right there. You have to get something called a dirt excavator, which is like a giant machine. I guess I could show you, right? Yeah. You see that like helicopter propeller, but upside down at the bottom? That basically turns and digs up the dirt. And it's effectively, I think it's what, a 5x5 digging. So you can make a very deep tunnel. Now, the thing with that is that allows you to build terrain block. You need the dirt to be dug up by the excavator in order to actually build proper land. Now, of course, the problem with that is this requires power. It's also 2000 science. I just didn't want to build this. There is a lot of merit, though, if you have like a tall area to go to the highest peak that's next to a water source and then dig down, right? So you could dig this down all the way down, and then this becomes a water reservoir. I've done that before on one of the maps. There's a map where you have like a waterfall and it spills down. I went behind it, dug out everything, and I lined up the rest. And I had this like huge 15 tall water reservoir. So instead of having a waterfall, it just filled up. And then we had the bottom have a sluice, always adding water to the bottom. That was nice. And then we had an automation to remove red water. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things you could do with that if you have the right map setup. Oh, you could do this? Oh, that's cool. All right, we'll take that. Let me bump this, though. This should be more important. All right, so we retain the water here, and then it spills out this way. Goes up here, goes out here. And then we go into here. How do we do this? So we probably bought that for the levee here. This is within range, so I don't need this pathing. And then I guess I floodgate here. We'll do single floodgate. Yeah, single floodgate should be fine. Is the water used for power generation? What about bad water? Yeah, the bad water you get something called a water wheel. It's just that in the beginning we had a stagnant pond, right, that had no water movement. So because of that, like, our water source would generate water and then it would just stay there. I couldn't use water wheel. We had a stagnant pond, man. I was like, oh wow, I've never actually got hit by that before. Because normally in like all the maps in this game, you get a flowing river, kind of like this, and then you'd be able to just get your first power source as a water wheel where the water flowing generates power. But because this map gives you a little pond that just refills, you get no running power from that. That was so jank. So we have to do the hamster wheels, or the beaver wheels. I don't know what you want to call it. The beaver runs inside and you get power. Now, that's actually where the red water becomes good. You see this space right here? These long river pathways that go straight have the highest amount of speed, meaning that we generate max power by putting a line of wheels here. So that's a reason to not actually close the bad water. It's a power source. Now, the big thing with that is that it's kind of far from the base. So you're going to have to build like a long power structure from this area, you know, back home. I wonder if the devs would ever give us power lines like this. Hey man, that'd be cool. That would be cool. I just don't know how it would work. Like, would you try to convince a dev you do extract plus smelted metal to get treated metal, and then treated metal gets converted into metal wires, and then you would use basically, it would be a power shaft that you already have that rotates, but instead of wood it's steel or the smelted metal, and it's rotating still, right? And then it's effectively just a long wire. I don't know if they would ever add that to the game though, but that would probably be what you would want. That would make it so that big maps with the like water like this could be easily used as a power source. Wouldn't be bad. Maybe a mod, maybe. I just feel like that would be a little strong though, given how the power in this game is a very jank with the shafts. Wouldn't it have to be copper, or is still conductive? I don't remember my physics. So the idea is that we're adding something in called extracts. We're gonna argue that the extract changes the composition of the metal to allow it to be conductive. That's the argument, because of the fact that there's no differentiation between metal here in the game, because all of the metal we get in the game are from these things called scrap towers. It's basically an abandoned, you know, high rise. So like, you could argue that the metal's conductive, but I'm not actually sure, right? Because we're not mining ore. The way we get the metal is weird in this game compared to other games. All right, once we get this done, this is removed. All right, so here we got to get these two. I am going to pause. We're gonna landscape like this, and then, ooh, all right, I got pushed up. That's fine. Now we can pick this up. They would have to introduce electricity in the game instead of mechanical power. No. What I'm saying is, Gummy, it would still be mechanical. Actually, that's right. I didn't think about that. Philosopher, welcome in. It doesn't have to be conductive, because my logic is, instead of having a long wooden shaft, use metal cables, but you keep the design. So the metal cables make it light and able to be pulled across, kind of like the zip line. And then you would rotate, not like this, but you would rotate like that. And instead of wood, it's like steel wires, metal wires. And then the logic is that it's a little bit more, you know, it's okay in the air. Not that it's conducting electricity, but it's doing that rotation still. There is probably something about like having that rotate in the sky is probably not good. Yeah, you're following, right? So it's, yeah, you might even want to argue you might have to spend gears every like couple tiles so that it doesn't twist and get knotted up. But like, that's the idea. Floating power structure via metal wires. Metal not for the conductivity, but for the kind of like the sturdiness. Would probably be the better way to describe that. A mechanical thing spinning a magnet through a copper is all you need for electricity. But if all metal things are the same, then you could just pretend. Imagination. I'm in, boys. Nothing beats the power of imagination. You know what's funny, man? There was an anime where that was the superpower. It's anything they imagine comes to life. And the funny thing with that is, they fought an enemy that was beyond their imagination. Like, it's like, this is not possible to be this strong, and that's how they died. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Is that Peter Pan? No. Peter Pan. Shout out to Peter Pan, man. Peter Pan is not an anime, my dude. I hate to break this to you. Peter Pan does not do be the animes. Beaver Watts. Nah, man. They're not called Beaver Watts. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. This game runs on horsepower. There's no horses in this game. How do beavers even know about horses? I don't know. It's a horsepower, dude. That's all I gotta say. I don't know why it's horsepower, but that's what it's listed as. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. We got beavers and horsepower. Seems legit. All right, so it looks like we're almost done here. How many beavers for 1 horsepower do you really want to know? All right, answer is simple. You take 1 wheel for 1 beaver. Each wheel has 50 horsepower, which means our beavers are gigantic. Because do you know how big you have to be so that each step gives you 50 horses? Cthulhu, welcome in. I see you over there. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How many beavers equal the power of 1 horse? So 1 equals 50, man. At least Oni made their own units, true. It's funny though, they would just change like one of the words to dupe. So instead of DTU, it's BTU. Or instead of BTU, it's DTU. Things like that. Can you ride a beaver though? I would assume yes, because you have to understand, these beavers will chop down 1 birch tree and get 1 log and carry that log on their back. That's a full tree, my dude. You gotta understand, they let that fully grow and they're not picking up saplings. You gotta be strong. So it's like, dude, these beavers are huge. It's probably like 6 feet tall. Giant beavers. Their teeth are probably stronger than metal. See, the thing with the beavers though is that their hands aren't capable of fighting. That's the problem. They gotta bite, you know? So I don't know if they could actually beat the humans. There's also, how many beavers does it take to beat a bear in a fight? A bear, dude. Do you think 25 beavers will beat a bear? I painted a beaver before. They got the long claws. Shouldn't you know that they got the T-Rex reach? Their arms are short, man. They got the T-Rex reach. They can't touch their knees. I think their hands stop at their belly. You know what I'm saying, man? Make a live action attack on beavers. Giant beaver, top of the dam. Dude, that just sounds like Attack on Titan, but you replace the Titans with giant beavers. ChatGPT says 30 beavers to beat a bear. The humans did a little bit better, I guess. Dude, someone should do a spoof. Attack on Titan, but it's a giant beaver. And then it just looks down and smiles and go, ooh, wood. Oh, plant 5,000 trees in a single playthrough. I'm in. The trees are in. We should try to get these up. Alright, one of the big Achievos are down. Alright, so this is potentially tree planting space. I feel like we have a lot of trees up here now, though. So one thing I wanted here was chestnuts, so that we could get toasted chestnuts. And then the other thing we wanted was maple syrup. So we'll probably do both of those right here. I'll probably have to bop a little bit of space for a tapper. Oh, doesn't that mean I should move pine resin here? Yeah, do pine resin, maple syrup, so that the tapper shack could do both. That's probably fine. We might even need 2. Might even want to put that on the water. We could probably bop these 4. For the reasoning that we have way too much spatter dock, to the point where we're not even harvesting everything anymore, because we're just maxed out capacity. I wonder if interesting mechanic in this to be an occasional stray animal that steals or does something that would have to survive apocalypse. No, you know what I want in this game? I want rain. I feel like that's the most logical thing to apply next. Rain. Where rain increases water on the ground. Right? Yeah, snow would be nice too. And then I also want ocean mechanic. I want salt water, where it's kind of like bad water that doesn't poison you. Right? Because salt water would not allow plants to grow. But then it doesn't bop your beaver. And then you could get potentially ocean. And then you could start adding things like fish. And then you could start adding boats into the game. Why boats can't beavers swim? But this is deep water. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of ideas that would make sense. Because one of the things that I didn't really like about this game is that if you have a small map and you have a water source in a corner, the easiest thing for you to do to control it is to literally, let's argue this 2x2 is the water source. The easiest way to do is just do this. Levee to the edge. And then you just do a sluice, right? That detects the water type. So then if it's bad water, this closes and then this opens and all the bad water gets dumped. And then when it's clean water, all the clean water flows out to the left. I didn't like how the edge of the map was infinite space. Oh, they blocked the edge? Ooh, okay, that's kind of nice. I didn't know they made that change. I remember early on, that was like the easy way to kind of just automatically beat the game. Because it was like, oh, I don't need to manage anything anymore. Everything's automatic. And then it's like from a couple hours in, the moment you unlock the sluice and you get that design, everything just works. Okay, so edges block water. That's nice. That's nice. Is there something special about this edge then? Because I feel like the one thing I really want ocean for is so that you don't spawn on the edge. Imagine having a giant body of water that prevents you to get to the edge. You know what I'm saying? Island map. It's only have sources on the edge. Oh. Oh. So it's map to map basis, not a permanent rule. I see. I see you. I see. All right, so I do need to cap this. All right, I am gonna be greedy. It's time to be greedy, boys. Do you need green land for beaver houses? No. Green fertile ground is only for the crops. Beavers could stay on the dry skin ground, no problem. I believe they could even live on the cracked ground as well. This doesn't actually impact you. It only impacts the plants. So this dry skin effectively dried so bad you're starting to bleed is actually no damage. You have to touch the water itself. It's only going to be affecting the crops though in that case. All right, looks like we're low on planks, which is fine. Can you make underwater city? No, the houses, so most buildings in this game can't be built in water. Effectively how the game works is there's a logic based on the entrance of the building. If the entrance is grounded, your building is going to be flooded if this is built in the water. However, there's some elevated buildings like this lodge. You see the housing is on the second floor. That means the bottom floor could be submerged. So it's relative to the door of the building, whether or not you could build it partially submerged. Now, the thing is that regardless of whether or not you can build and use the building in the water, there's actually a pro strat where instead of building in the very beginning of the game a levee that costs 12 wood, you could just build small warehouse or one of the buildings, right? And this is early game before you get a platform as well. Well, no, you could just walk on it. I believe they made it so that the storage buildings are not blocking water anymore, right? I don't think any of these do, but they're nice and big so that you could just use it as a land bridge early game. Because some of the maps in the beginning, some of the easy maps as well, they separate trees that are already on the map via having to cross a body of water, like a small river. That like small land bridge, like early game, it helps out a lot because of how it's like in the beginning of the game, right when you start it, is the only point where your colony straight up loses. Like that's the thing with this game. The beginning, the first 10 minutes is how you lose. Outside of that, you're good. If you survive the first 10 minutes, you're golden. But if you make one bad mistake, oh, you don't remember you need a Forester. Oh, your berries ran out and you're, now low on food. And then, oop, population is now teetering because they're not getting enough food. Or not having enough wood because you didn't get a Forester and you spent your wood on something else. And then now you're not pumping water. You're not doing X, Y, or Z. And then you're kind of just in bad shape. It's mainly just for like situations like that. But yeah, that's only in the beginning. I had a map that required a storage bridge. Yeah. I feel like if you play on hard mode, that strat becomes more apparent. Wanting to do like, land bridges via storage buildings. It becomes a thing where I feel like that starts to become normal. All right, let's pick this up. All right. It is time for the Great Cattail Farm. We're gonna dynamite all this. You know what? Let me cancel this. I didn't think about this, but I'm limited by my aquatic farm travel. Okay, so I can reach everything if I just put it here. Problem is that... Oh, appreciate you, Green Fair. I'll check that out later. I need a dynamite set this area. I don't mind. We could also do it here. right? Basically on top of the water. On the bottom, because we can't use this. Maybe even do it like have the entrance coming up from the space right here. So you could see that we can't actually use up all the space on the left is basically what I'm checking. How much actual space would I have? Okay, I think that's fine. So we go to here. And then we effectively do dynamite up to here. Because we're going to have it there. Okay, should be fine. We will platform this. And I think that means staircase here. Double plat. I guess we don't do it this way. We do it the other way. It just makes sense. While we're on the water, effectively. Okay. And then we get perfect. Where my dynamite is exactly the edge. Cool. All right, so we're gonna relocate a bunch of other buildings. The hauling and the builders at the bottom. Okay. 2 builders and then 2 haulers. Two haulers, and the last building is a builder's hut. All right, so then we'll be able to move all these guys. Okay. Because we can, I think this makes a lot of sense. We do the triple plat here. We know this ends up being a walking path. I think we end up putting the forester right here. Yeah, we get more or less all the spacing down there. Cool. We probably just put a lumberjack on the side somewhere. All right, so these are going to be trees for wood. Because of the new res, I'm just going to assume it never dries out. So we're just going to put the best wood here, oak trees. We have potential 2 spots for lumberjacks there. It might be better to have the lumberjacks here, so they could take the zip line. We'll do that. We'll take these 2 for the lumberjacks. All right, that's going to be trees for wood. We'll be able to bop this. Tapper shack. Oh, they don't allow me to even check when it's on top of trees. Let me demolish these trees. Is the beaver job management and logistics janky this game, or is smooth? Smooth or janky? Logistics. It used to be really bad. It used to be really bad. It's gotten better. And what I mean when I say that is basically it used to be a lot worse. They made some improvements. I don't know how much more quality of life it's going to get with 1.0. But basically, there used to be huge logistics jank. So in this game, you have storage buildings. You could only store one item at a time. As a result, if you have a 1200 storage, you can only store one item. That in and of itself kind of sucks. Second thing is that it used to be like this. I think they patched it out so it's no longer like this. If you get these debris on the ground, you can't use it. Meaning that until you build a storage and then select the item that's on the ground and then store it, only after you put it in the storage can your workers actually use it to build or process. So that used to be how that works. Later on, though, I think it was just this patch. They changed that. Because I was mad about it. I didn't like that at all. Some people were like, it is what it is. But for me, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, how does this do be like that sometimes, man? Anyways, they made it so that you could just pick it up and use it immediately now. So that was a welcome change. Outside of that, it could be better. I do wish they added in seasonality schedules. Like, one of the things I don't like in this game is when it comes to logistics, you'll get something called like drought season and bad water season. In a drought season, there is a reason to store the water, right? And then turn off your pump so that the water doesn't dry out and then your crops die. As a result, every drought season, you're going to have to click on your water pumps and pause it, right? You could also argue that during bad water season, you turn on bad water pumps, things like that. There are things that I wish that during the seasons would automatically swap over, and I didn't have to click every building and stop as like a micro. So like when it comes to like seasonality logistics, I wish it was a little bit more manageable instead of having to actually micro it. Outside of that, a lot of it's very intuitive. District, that's a good point. Districts in this game, I feel like I don't like at all. They did make it so that the beavers have a long path now, as long as they have a path. Like, basically, pathing is key in this game. If it's not connected to a path, the building doesn't work, so you have to have it connected. Meaning that you can't have, like, breaks in the path, stuff like that. So that, in and of itself, kind of sucks. But, yeah... is it janky? It's not the best, and it used to be worse. But because it used to be worse and it got better, I feel better about it. But all in all, it's still not where it needs to be, I think, for someone playing for the first time. Like, they would be okay, but they would still have, like, some gripes about certain things. If they added electricity, they could use logic networks with auto switches for season change. That would be nice. I honestly just want a menu, though, or even just, like, click on the building and have, like, a season checkbox, drought, bad water, normal, and whether or not it's active during the seasons, and have it default all three checked so that you have the option of just unchecking a box so that it doesn't run during drought season, so to speak. Because they do have automation on these buildings, the sluices, set up this way. Set the value, check the box, and then it kind of just auto open, auto close, things like that. All right, this is pause because technically we have no crops yet. Our wood is pretty good right now. We're low on planks, which is kind of weird. What do we do with the abundance of wood? Taking some time to process. They are processing it though. Better than filling a large store with dandelion. I guess that's true. That's pretty fair. Dandelions suck in this game. They have literally one use. Medicine. And then that's it. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Alright, so with all the wood we have right now, maybe it's time. Alright, I guess we could start bopping the trees and getting our proper tappers right here. I do get everything. Let me look at the trees. Pine resin is every 2 days. Maple syrup is every 3. I probably do want 2 tapper shacks. Yeah, and then we're gonna bop these. Okay, so let me demolish 2 of these. No, these 2. Yeah. And then if I put the tapper shack right here, I do get range of everything on the right side. Okay, that's perfect. So we are going to have to remove these 4. Let's also demolish the resource. Could we not demolish from... Alright, we're just gonna have to put a staircase there after we demolish one of these, which is fine. So we kind of want to change the crops in the area then. So we have a bunch of pine right there. Bunch of oaks right there. So let's turn off tree cutting. And then clear planting area. Could I just replace it? No, you have to clear it first. I guess we'll just do the entire thing. Okay. Mark resource for demolition. Okay, that's fine. And then we're going to start redoing this with maple and pine. So we have pine on this side. We're basically going to regrow this to do other stuff. Actually, yeah, I got to get rid of the tapper shack, which is the main reason. We're already chopping wood up here, so even though we get rid of this, we'll still have this while this is getting planted. I'm still trying to do the wood chopper. So we're waiting on that guy. They're demolishing. Let's go. Another thing is I need to get enough campfires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't have enough. Yo, feels bad. Yeah, we probably need to get some more campfires. That way everyone gets it. Oh, we could use this as a bathing area. We could do the Lados. Oh, that's right. The depth doesn't matter, and then we just get bathing options. That's not bad, man. I kind of like that. And then we have the zip line right there, so you could zip line to the bath. All right. feel like that makes sense. Pop these. Let's try to store those. We kind of need the planks right now anyways. These are double plats. Okay. Well-being. We do need to do this. Okay. So I think it's right there. And then we get the bath right there. Nice. So we got to do 3 thick. So we get Lado. Oh my god, we get another one at the bottom. That's so nice. Double Lado. Alright, so these are good. Here. Let's get rid of the pathing. These are going to go down. Haulers are going to be lowest. We want to max out them. Alright, we're working on that. Explosives. The dynamite's taking a while, but that's fair. We didn't really have too much. And some people might be getting hurt. Okay, so well-being. Campfire. Logic with that is simple. We just want to make sure we have campfires for everyone. Probably put some campfires on this side. So it's 5, and then we have 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we want to get 7 more at the very least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So want to make sure everyone gets a campfire. Oh, these got built. Okay, so we get the rooftop terrace here. All right, so it's on top of the roofs, but then it's separate access. So they have to go through the main hall and get the buffs. And then all the decorative buffs are here. I'm just missing the monument that I might have in the back, and then the water fountain that we might have in the front. We could actually make space here for the water fountain. It's not too bad. All right, so this guy is done. We need travel space in order to bop everything here. Yeah, it's within range now. Planting the oak trees. More dynamite. That all breaks. And then we do the break here. Here. This is actually going to be a lot of cattail space. Maybe we just stop right there. We go back a little bit further. We'll just stop right there. We'll have this space too to be able to be within reach. All right, chop down some more trees. All right, so tappers. We don't need a forester anymore. I guess you could argue that we're going to move the forester to this side, plant everything, and then get rid of the forester and replace it with a tapper shack. That's pretty fair. Oh yeah, did we ever seal this up? Floodgates. Okay, and then the water's gonna go into here once we fill it up. Okay, so we do have pine on that side already, which is why I'm thinking maybe we're fine. We do need to redo this area though, because we don't want that many berries. We're gonna need to get some dandelions. Chestnut. I guess we don't need that much pine resin. We could do all three here. Maybe. Pine resin grows pretty fast. Yeah, pine resin does grow pretty fast. Four. Look at the beavers chop all the trees. Alright, either way, we'll probably do pine trees later. We probably want to take care of the food first, though. Oh, is this not in range? Oh, come on. Let's chop the last two, come on. Dynamite's fine. 29, let's go, instead of 27. I guess we should set up the rooftop terrace on this side. Alright, just try to get that built for now. Planks are basically what we're missing. Okay, here, here, here. I guess we can pop this one. Okay, so Tapper Shack. And then trees. Chestnuts. I assume we're gonna need minimally this much. Because of how many potatoes we have. So let's do this line as well. And then the rest will be maple syrup. No cut trees, yeah, that's fine. Waiting for the cattails. We're in drought right now. This is done. Nice. This is 100%. You know what? We will do 90. Okay. We will eventually want this. We're going to want to line this up. And this is going to be another water reservoir that spills over that way if it fills up too much. We could fill up the whole thing, but it's like I kind of want to use this space. So we're just going to keep it into here. So basically, this is where all the extra water goes and spills off if this fills up. That's fine. This is a controlled spill, which is fine. We got the sluice right there. This is always going to empty out. I do consider putting a dam here, though. I feel like that's worth it. All right, we just kind of need a process right now. All the beavers need to process all the things. And then once this is done, we will want to levy out this and get a two wide setup. But I need to finish that, then we get rid of the pathing here, because we need to be able to walk up. Look at that, it's fertile. It's gonna be even more fertile. Need to just give it a little bit of time. All right, trees are coming in. These trees are in, almost done. Aquatic farms chilling. I guess we do want tree cutting here. Makes sense, makes sense. All right, well-being, gotta get the Lados. Okay, technically that means these two are not needed. Hey, we're using the path to go cut trees. I'm not mad. Okay, we know this is going to be a path up here. And then it's 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be 1, 2. Yep. Gotta get the bathing area. How much does a Lado handle? 7. We're gonna need to fill this entire area with just freaking bathing areas. It's gonna be a lot of planks. Make it all the planks. Productivity is a little low. Does anyone know if a building is not running, but it's on, so basically it's filled up, does that use power? I am unsure how that works. I'm also thinking we might want some windmills up here or something. This wouldn't be bad. Windmill right there in a little area. Get some additional power. I will try to avoid running hamster wheels though. But yeah, I want to increase the productivity of what we're making. This guy's actually almost done. I did not expect him to be able to get everything here. So after we do that, we're probably going to try to take this down. Shouldn't be too bad. I'll wait though, because we are kind of low on the planks. Wood's being chopped. Making a lot of stuff. I gotta let him chill. Guys, I was listening to the craziest story over the weekend. It was the most craziest, but it kind of made sense. Y'all know the anime isekais? People of chat, are you guys cultured? Are you guys people of culture? Anyways, the reason why I asked was because in this manga recap, it was a guy that was like in his 40s, and you know he isekais, right? So he reincarnates in another world. For the most part, like, you know, nothing wrong with that. But what ends up happening is that since he was 40 and he kept his memories, he was reborn as, you know, a little kid. But he was basically an orphan. So he didn't have his parents growing up. As a little kid, he would be like, oh, there's other little kids. He understands how children act and how people act at that age. So he's like, things happen to him, but he doesn't let it affect him, right? Because he's an adult. So there was this thing where it's like, he grows up with these in this village, and you know he has his childhood friends. Then those childhood friends in him, they grow up and they start adventuring together as a party. What ends up happening is it turns out they find out everyone in that village has like a important role. One of them becomes like the hero, one of them becomes the saint, one of them becomes the sage, right? And then the guy that isekais becomes nothing. But because they grew up together, yeah, we'll still party. So the other people that he grew up with, 3 others, have like a big title now. And then, you know, at some point they're like, hey man, you're holding us back. So we're going to have to get rid of you, buddy. And they're like, what? And the way they do it was diabolical. So there was one other dude and the other 2 are female. So it was effectively, he had, you know, someone he grew up with, childhood friend, and that's like, you know, very generic storyline. Oh man, they're gonna grow up and be together forever. So what ends up happening is that he just goes and goes, what? You guys gonna kick me out of the party? And he goes, yes. And then he pulls out a necklace and he goes, here, I want to give this to you. To his childhood friend that's a girl, effectively trying to be like, I'm taking your girl. And he's like, oh, is he trying to get me mad? Who cares? He goes, good luck, guys. And he just leaves. And then you as the, you know, the watcher is probably wondering, dude, how is this guy so stoic? Like, does he really not care? Maybe he never had feelings for her. Turns out, because he was, you know, flashback mode, because he was 40 when he got isekai, his taste in women is only of the mature type. So even though he grew up and he was like, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, grows up to become like, you know, 15, 16 years old, the entire time he was like, oh man, where the MILFs at? And he didn't care for any of the kids. So he was like, all right, cool. He immediately leaves, goes back to the village, and the flashback, he proposes to every mom there at the village, even though they had kids. So he was just chasing the older women. He didn't care about the party at all. I was like, dude, this is crazy. What the hell is happening? Turns out he gets with these girls and they are their childhood friends' mom. He never cared about the children. He was aiming to get the moms the entire time. And that was literally like what ends up happening. He starts making a advance towards the older women. The older women are like, oh my god, I can't believe this. They had kids, and it turns out all of their marriages were in shambles, because after they had kids, their husbands didn't really care for them anymore. They, you know, started getting distant, you know, in the marriage, and they just don't love each other, to the point where they both acknowledge it. And then he comes along, he's like, hey man, I want your wife. He goes, cool, give me some money. And that's literally how each one of the exchanges happens. And then it turns out that the reason why those kids that he, was childhood friends with were like all the saint, the hero, the sage is because their moms were all like S tier adventurers. So it was just in the bloodline. So he makes his own party. Turns out that the guy that got kicked out, the main character that we're following, was doing all the like chore work that was keeping the party in tip-top shape. And without him, they fell apart. They lost their rights to be called the heroes. And then he gets the title of hero. Dude, man. I just never seen that, man. But it just makes so much sense. He was an adult when he got killed in Isekai. So his taste in women is the same. Like, yeah, man, I'm looking for the older women. It was the most randomest. I did not believe there was a story like that, but it was. Alright, man, we still gotta wait a lot longer. 3x speed, we got a lot of dynamite to set. The dams are up. We're waiting for this to fill up, which is gonna require us to get wind. We got no wind right now. Very unfortunate. Is there something like a way to see whether or not you I mean, there's no way to influence wind in this game. Feels bad, man. But yeah, ends up everything kind of ends well in the recap because he's an adult. He never got mad. He never got baited to be angry. And the people that kick him out come back and they apologize. And they're like, do you want to join the party? He's like, nah. Good luck, champ. And then, that's the end of the show. And then he's just adventuring with their moms. It was so funny. There was a scene where it's like, do I call you my stepdad? It's so weird because we grew up together. It's like, dude, what is this dialogue, dude? We grew up together as kids. Now I call you stepdad. And yes, he does remarry all the moms, which is why, he's gonna call him stepdad. Dude, the anime isekais, man. It really do be like that sometimes. Sounds like you in your 20s. It'd be like that sometimes, man. Believe it or not, a lot of the isekais are usually the author just like, hey man, if that was me, that's how I would do it. 29. Carrot, sunflower seed. That's gonna be next. And then, oh, damn, I messed up, didn't I? Oh, I did not think about this. I am not wise. Oh, I did not think about this. The maple syrup needs a tapper. The chestnuts don't. The chestnuts need a gatherer, I believe. Right? Man, there's an eye right there. It doesn't help us out. Because I'm putting 2 tappers here. The tappers is not going to help out with the chestnuts because it's not necessary. Oh no, bro. Alright, what if we connect that? Do we get access to this side to tap? If that's fine, I think I'm okay. And then we just do tappers here. Because I just looked at myself. I was like, wait, that doesn't really work. If I plant sunflowers, I'm going to need sunflowers for this. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then I was like, wait a second, chestnuts don't need a tapper because you just pick the chestnuts. So that means I need a gather flag here. Yeah, chestnuts and dandelions. Oh, damn it. All right. Let me try to prioritize this, and then we'll see whether or not we reach enough of the pines. If it's okay, I might just move some pines to, like, here. Fill it up completely. Even this dead space with the pathing, I probably remove. Because the tappers don't need the pathing in order to grab the stuff. Good news, right? Bad time, we probably deal with that, no problem. This is completely done and sealed. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's do the double levy here. We probably want to demolish the pathing and then the rails and then the path. Cool. Then we want to do the levees here. Okay, and then from here we're probably just doing single plat into staircase. Should be good. Hunter, what's good, man? Survive the Mondays. Yo, man, sound like you had long Mondays today, my dude. Good to see that you made it out alive. Be tough sometimes, man, with the Mondays. Alright, we'll do a little bit of having an edge. It's not bad. Yeah, I made it, I guess. It's Monday again. Yeah, that's tough. Hopefully it wasn't too much BS at the workplace. That's the classic, though. The tried and true. How the beavers doing? Dude, we got the reservoir up over here. So we have the original reservoir. We finished the second one and the third one. We're going to expand this reservoir because technically this is the last one in line. We hold the water here. This is backup. And what ends up happening is we're going to clear this area and do some water farming. There's some plants that need to grow in water, and I wanted to do it here. Turns out the water plants, cattails, needs to be at the highest level of the water. So since this is too deep, 2 tiles deep, the plants are getting flooded, so we can't plant it here. So I originally wanted to plant crops here. Didn't really work out. So instead, we're doing a bathing area. And like, what else can we really do, right? Just got to do some bathing then. So we're moving the new crop area to here. You can see we're going to get ready the dynamite. And then we're going to do our bathing in this area. So that the beavers have a place to bath, and then we're going to get the well-being up. Outside of that, doing pretty good. We're going to change up a little bit of the farm structure on the inside. We're almost done with the scrap here. Yeah, man, we got to have a chill pull. We maxed out the campfires. If everyone decides to go to the campfires, everybody has a seat. Let's go. That's basically what I wanted to do. Make sure everyone has a seat. So that way we can make sure everyone's well-being is topped off. Wet fur, that's going to be bathing. And then we just got to get the other foods. We had to get more contemplation spots, which is fine. We start adding those in randomly. There are some good spots for this. We're just going to put it nearby. I feel like that makes sense. And then the one thing about contemplation spots is that you could put them in spots like this. Oh, you can't put them under platforms anymore. Oh, that sucks. It used to be cool like that. Feels bad. Oh yeah, I need to get extracts. Where is extracts? Centrifuge. Okay. This thing is huge. And then what else will we have? Is there anything else I need? I don't think we need bots, but we might want it just for we might want it just for the achievement. Yeah, man, gotta have it, man. Gotta have it. Unconnected building. Oh yeah, we just gotta prioritize this. We're low on planks, low on gears right now. So we're a little bit low on the production, but we're fine. Low on wood, low on everything. So we gotta let the beavers kind of do their thing for a second. Lumberjack flag. Yeah, building too many things at once. But otherwise, yeah, you see, oh, we're actually filling this area up, dude. We're actually filling this area up. So this water being here means that this is getting almost completely filled, which means this is in great shape. And then to prevent this from spilling off the top here, it's going to go into this way and spill off the dam here, which fills into here. Now this is set at, I think it's at 80, and it's at the same height. So I think I need to do a 75 here. We already walled up, so this does not scare us. This is fine, this is fine. The only thing we're worried about is this filling up, but I think because of how this spills down, like a waterfall, it's probably okay. Oh, I just realized this is a great power source. Dude. We get power here. You see how fast that's moving? We would probably get so much power. What do we need over here, though? It's kind of far. We could zip line. Oh, yeah, we got zip lines today. We got flying beavers. So we could zip line from here to here. That could be the bot area where we make bots. Yeah, you see how the water recedes? We're probably not going to be able to grow too much food over here or trees. Flying Beaver is a great name for an alt-punk band. Yo, man. They need to do the Flying Beaver band name and call it We Run on Horsepower. What's going on, Miss Mycelium? I see you over there. We're the Flying Beavers. Using that horsepower, baby. You know what it is. All right, so, ooh, we don't get that much space. Oh, man. I was going to ask you, are you going to be playing this new season coming up? I know you have the game now, so no excuses. But I was going to ask, were you going to be playing this upcoming season? Oh, man. I just realized that I messed up the build here. Probably just not hardcore. Yeah, I'm probably not going to play hardcore either. I'm going to be doing my Infernalist build. I'm going to do the Mr. Mycelium cosplay. Because when he played his first free weekend, he played Infernalist for no reason. What you going to be making, man? I'm playing Infernalist off the get-go. Just because it's like, I never played the new class. When Amazon came out, I didn't play Amazon. I played Amazon the following season. That's funny. Oh, you're gonna be trying Druid? Good luck, man. Did you get enticed by the Wyvern form? That Wyvern form looked kind of nice. Just saying, man. I think we do a hybrid chestnut farm. Damn it, man. These nuts. It's worth it to just send it. I see you. I just feel like everyone's going to be playing Druid. And it's going to be a lot of like learning and discovering. And I feel like while that's going to be cool, Druid's probably going to be my second character. Unless I can't beat endgame, and then I'm just going to make a Lightning Arrow chonk again. Lightning Arrow, Acolated Shayula. There is one thing I'm really worried about. There is one thing I am so worried about in the upcoming season. I think 60% of players that played on hit, if not more than that, I think it's closer to 80, that play with a attack hit damage skill, use a passive notable called Walker the Wilds. It just got completely removed, and it basically allows you to mana leech off of elemental damage. I'm worried because now we have no way to sustain mana when you're using high level skills. Because you use your level 31 lightning arrow, you get 4 shots. If you hit nothing, you're out of mana. So it's one of those things where it's like you can't spam skills as much. I don't know how that's really gonna work though. I feel like that was so needed. So I'm a little worried about that. All right, we're gonna bop this. And then we're gonna bop that. And then we're gonna demolish. We'll leave these as chestnuts. I don't know what PO2 balance like, but if they gut your attack rate by gutting mana, I might go early. I'm not sure, because that's the first time they've done that. There might be another node that we would use. I guess you could also argue that Walker the Wilds was added in 0.3, so in 0.2 and 0.1, we were just spamming mana pots. But yeah, I'm not actually sure what that really entails. Maybe they add another way, because, man, in 0.2, I was running my energy shield. They had something called Eternal Youth, where energy shield gets recovered by health potions. Right? So I was like, okay, cool. So if I get hit, just potion. And then we just have 5k hit points and everything was great. They removed that. So health points no longer regen with health pots. So it was like, okay, now you need energy shield leech, which is why a lot of people started using the unique gloves that allow you to life leech into health instead of into energy shield instead of health. Right? And then it got to a point where it was like, I love that you're playing a glorified cities. Beaver theme, baby. Beaver theme. Y'all know how it is. So it's one of those things where it's like, I want to see what they do, but it does look kind of suspect right now. What's going on, Master Nubsy? I see you over there. I'm worried, though. I relied on Walker in the Wild last season, like, pretty heavily. Even though I'm playing Crossbow, which is not that bad on the manas. Alright, so pine, maple, and then chestnuts. And then I think what that means is we're going to chop all these trees here. We'll turn this guy on. Beaver cities, yep. Not a whole lot. Burn my tongue with hot tea. Oof. Burning your tongue is one of the worst things. You might as well just have gruel, dude, for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next couple days. You won't really be able to taste anything. Anything you do taste might not even taste right. Burning your tongue, man, is one of the worst things, man. Because you really do lose your sense of taste pretty dramatically. Feels bad, Master Nubsy. Hopefully, though, you recover. But yeah, man, that sounds like a bad time. Gather flag here. Everything's within reach. Maybe we should replace the chestnuts here with blueberries. And then get rid of the blueberries here. Or maybe we do a small patch of dandelions. That might be fair. Small patch of dandelions right here. And blueberries. And then we could gather flag that. And then just have the tapper right there chilling. I don't drink hot all the time, but I've been drinking hot tea the last couple days, and this one just a bit hotter. Dude, that's one of the things, man, that's funny. That's like, kind of like the Gotham with tea. When you drink tea, the hotter the tea, the better it tastes, especially when you just finished brewing it. And then it becomes a game where it's like, if it's too hot, you're gonna pay the price, but it's like, but it could just taste that much better. It becomes a little like game of enticement, man. Like, oh my god, this tea, it's so good, but at the same time, I'm gonna get burned. It really do be like that sometimes, man. I found that that is something only for me to indulge on certain days. Most of the time, I just go with the lukewarm tea. I'm happy with that, man. I normally let it sit 10-15 minutes before I start drinking it after steeping, but it was a little hotter this time. Oh, man. That reminds me. I remember one time I got a vacuum cup. It's one of those cups that don't lose heat because there's a vacuum layer. Right? So I had hot coffee in it. Now, normally I do the same thing. Hot coffee, 10-15 minutes, and it's, you know, still hot, but, you know, drinkable. And now, oh yeah, big sip. Ooh, completely burned myself, man. And it just slipped my thought that I was using a vacuum cup because it was like, you know, I'm not used to it. Not saying that's what happened to you, but that's how I got burned one time. I changed cups to one that loses, like, you know, keeps the drink hotter for longer. And yeah, that was bad times. Vacuum cups, man. They will bop you, but at the same time, it's pretty good. All right, chopping these trees will give me wood. I think this guy no longer needs to be there. I make a pot of hot tea and I drink it throughout the afternoon. But this time it was a bit hot. I wonder. And you say you normally let it sit. You know how it's one of those things where if you're cooking for a long time, you kind of get used to the hotter temperatures? Maybe it's like you weren't drinking the hot tea for a while and then you went back to it. And you lost that little bit of heat tolerance. How's the game going? It's going pretty good. Waiting for the beavers to catch up. I'm basically giving the beavers too many tasks and I'm waiting for them to catch up on it. Otherwise, we expanded our reservoir. We got a new reservoir and a new reservoir. Once this fills up, we get a new reservoir. And we're going to get water everywhere. So far, it's looking pretty good. I am considering capping this water. and then sealing this up right here. And then getting another water source right here. I'm just not sure if that would be worth. And I don't know where the water would flow into. I guess we could cap this as well. And then just get the bad water from the bad tide here. But yeah, we're going pretty good so far. We are at 31 out of 77. We're at 100 pot, which is the target. And right now we're just trying to get other foods to be made. And we're a little bit behind on some of the supplies. Otherwise, though, we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. That's what seems fun about this game, is how everything works. Honestly, this game is in a weird spot where it feels like it's fun, don't get me wrong, but one of the things I feel like is that it kind of goes away after you beat the challenge that they set for you. Like the moment you beat it, it kind of is like that fun kind of goes down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 7 is 49. We do have them naturally going into water to get wet fur. Yeah. We probably want to get some more then. We do have space here. So we might as well try to set this up. Alright, so we're just trying to get some more bathing options. We could also potentially just bop these trees and get another bath right there. But yeah, we need to hit 77 for one of the achievements. We want to grow all the foods, do all the things. You can see our high score is at 31 right now. So far, so good. A lot of beavers are getting injured. That's a bad thing. But that's because they're doing the dangerous jobs like centrifuging, things like that. 4 vacancies. Alright, we're going to bop these to be lower priority. These don't need to exist anymore. We're going to bop these. And then he's almost done with the scrap. Nice. But yeah, the water is looking good. It's looking healthy. You can't be too mad about this. I do think I may want to cap this and this, so that this corner of the map becomes clean water. I am considering it. We probably keep the barricade there, let that fill up with water and overflow in. The thing that I'm thinking is if I'm able to cap this and able to cap that, this area will not have bad water anymore. And I don't even think I would want to try to capitalize that. It probably makes sense for us to try to dome this. All right, we'll try to get that set up then. So first things first. That aspect is like cities where you have to be careful with sewage water. Yeah, this is just super scary sewage water. You could argue that, yeah. So we could put it here. Here, here, here. And then we get the staircase. Alright, so we want to get to the water source. This is going to be a long walk, but I think it's going to be fine. Just have to make sure we connect everything. And then the big thing up here is going to be building the dome on this during a drought. Alright, we're just going to be getting that ready. We can't touch the red water. Hopefully they don't walk down into there. But yeah, we're probably going to want to dome that. We are building out the bats still and the dynamite. Taking some time, taking some time. Alright, my chestnuts. I was considering bopping these so that we could get other stuff. You know what? Might as well. We're going to put a lumberjack flag. And we will start chopping these. The logic is that while I do want to tap these for gather these for chestnuts, I think I need to put that next to the other stuff. And I don't think this is enough space. I think we want to move it along to the side. Alright, let's get that so we can pick up the planks. Someone will pick this up. Replant. We're not going to plant more chestnuts. We'll let these grow and just cut them down. And then we're going to put, I think it's going to be dandelions and blueberries. Realistically, we don't need a lot of either. We just want to have it. Alright, and then we'll be able to start getting rid of this. There is a tapper shack here. We probably don't need this guy anymore. Oh, the resin's gonna get used up because we don't have anything that really consumes treated wood. We don't really have anything that uses treated wood right now. Oh, I guess the Badwater dome does. Oh no, that's the Badwater rig. Extract water from the source. That might be what we might want to do. That's just way too far. This might be 100% where we want to do a seal rig. The only problem with this is that, dude, this is in a sunken area, so this is going to pull up even after everything dries out. Ah, it sucks. Unless we could build from up top, which might be what we need to do. Yeah, that probably works. We build from up top. Beavers have this technology where they could just drop the wood at the right spot and get it every time. Beavers are good like that. Impeccable aim. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, we're probably gonna try to seal that and use a treated lumber that way so that this doesn't complete. Oh, they stored it. Damn, they stored the resin. I didn't even know we had storage space for that. We're not using treated wood, are we? Centrifuge, maybe? No. What are they using the treated woods for? Oh, was that overhang? No. Question mark? Yo, man, where are they using this treated wood from? Anyways, water is filling up to the point we're almost getting water spilling down here, which is super nice. And then we can let this fill up. Dude, it's looking so healthy right now. Trees are going to be cut, and we're going to have a lot of wood again. Dude, there's shadows on the zip line. Oh my god. RTX on. Oh my god, look at those shadows. We got the big budget, boys. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. So we have 100 beavers. Wet fur is at 97. We're really close. We might have to put a path here. And then do this. And then we get the Lados here. That will give us, what is that, 12? And then I guess we have to get one here. $13. That is 91. So we have 105. We have to hope that some of the other ones don't use it because they're naturally in water, like the aquatic farmers. People pathing through the water all the time. That could be okay. Okay, spotless. All right, no trees in the area. No, I guess he's waiting for it to grow. Let's mark the resources for demolition. This guy's good. Okay. These are still being chopped. This is good too. All right, so this is going to be forestry. I think because of how it works, we're gonna do something weird. We are going to mark resource for demolition. Too far. Okay, that means we'll just put it back. I guess we'll do it down here. Wait. Ah, we stop right here. That's very unfortunate. So these guys could reach all of the bottom, but they're not the ones doing the crop change. That means it might be better here. Oh, I don't want to do it there, though. Because the thing is that it's the builders that do the demolition. Doesn't seem like we have an easy way down because the crops are planted. They're not gonna wilt and grow away, so it's like, damn, that's a little unfortunate. So the reasoning why, I guess you could argue that the tapper shack needs to be within range of everything. So here is best. Okay. So it's these two I need to get rid of. Too far. How will we do this? I guess we just have to sacrifice a dynamite. Even if I were to ladder here, I don't think they're going to allow me to go up there. Man, they need to allow you to demolish plants from above. That'd be so good. Alright, guys. I will be right back really fast. I just got to use the restroom. BRB. Oh no. We didn't go to 3x speed as we should have. We back though. Dynamite still being worked on. So I want to get rid of these plants. All right, for the sake of longevity, we're gonna remove these plants so we get a walking path. Looks like a fat L. We lost planting space. All right, we could bop these now. Get the single plat. We're gonna want the forester here. Okay. Gonna bop all this walking. And then we're gonna demolish resource. These blueberries. Okay. Let's demolish this. So we have a farmhouse here. I think it's able to reach. Yeah. And then blueberries. Okay, cool. What's going on, Kill Bill? Welcome in. How are you? How are you? Hello, hello. What's going on, Kill Bill? I see you over there. We're gonna be planting some nuts right now. You know how it is. These nuts. Screw out some chestnuts. Doing okay. Yo, man. How's the weather over there, dude? Hopefully you guys are a little bit warmer. Because I know it's pretty cold right now, right? We're over here just, you know, accumulating water. Hoping that the birds don't poop in our water tank. Did Mamba like his snack? He eventually ate it, yeah. He eventually finished. I want to say he enjoyed it. But yeah, he didn't eat it until later that night. After he overate, he kind of realized that he overate, so he just went to sleep. And he woke up later and he had it. Oh, this filled up? Oh my god, we're actually spilling water out this way. So this is basically peak form on the water right now. That's really nice. Everything is more or less topped off. It's rain and some more winds. 1013C. Oh, wow. That's pretty cold, man. Though I wouldn't mind that temp. It never really gets that cold over here. It never really gets that bad. Hey, Kill Bill. You're gonna be this guy. You are 56 years of age. You might die soon, dude. Feels bad. We gotta hydrate. Green tea. We're in, boys. Delicious, delicious green tea. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's how you feel now? Dude, when it rains, do you feel it in your knees? Do you wake up and before you even look out the window, you're like, oh man, it's raining? Like, is this that bad? Asking for a friend, by the way. Not because, you know, I want to know. Yo, man, I used to have a roommate that was older than all of us when I was in college. And he was like, yeah, man, I used to do a lot of breakdancing and base jumping. And he's like, stop though. He said he hurt his knees and he had to stop. And then he would randomly in the year, because it doesn't rain that often over here, he'll be like, hey, man, it's going to rain tomorrow. And I'm just like, what do you mean? How do you know this? You watch the weather? Saw a forecast or something? He's like, no, man. Anytime my knees tighten up, it's going to rain the next day. I was like, what? Lo and behold, it started raining the next day. My man had the magic knees, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So I feel like that's something that happens when we get old, right? At some point, it's just in your knees. Feels bad, feels bad. No roof, but I can hear the rain on my roof. First thing I could do is pee like really bad. Classic. Yeah, it's true. That's the classic, man. All the time. You hear the rain? You gotta pee. Someone told me that was a biological thing. There is no, like, I don't know what the point of it is. That reaction, like when you hear water falling, when you see, like, you know what I'm saying? You see water dripping, you hear water splashing, you get the sensation that you gotta go. Blueberries and dandelions. Those are both going to be gathered. Yep. And then we'll get one for chestnuts. Yeah, right? It doesn't seem like it has any purpose. But apparently it's like a... Like, you always wonder, why is that being passed down? That having to pee becomes a thing. Systematic response at that point. They don't think it'd be like it is, man. But dude, there's a drought happening right now. I didn't even realize. We have so much water. I didn't even realize we're in a drought. I mean, can't be mad. All right, this area is going to be done. We're waiting for the forester, and we're going to be processing our wood. I think at some point we get another large water tank. Okay, campfires, contemplation spots. Is it just too far or something? Alright, man, teeth grindstone. Okay. We might be able to do suspension bridge here. And then just have access at the bottom right there. I'm thinking this might be too far. And we move the campfire down to here. This area is just too far in general, huh? Maybe we'll move some campfires somewhere else. Maybe back here. Maybe over here wouldn't be bad. We do have a lot of space on the side. Why is it that going up here, that's closer to the housing, seems worse? Time for me, Augur Kill Bill, Restful Red's Easy. Thank you for popping in, man. Hope you get some good rest. Hopefully it warms up too over there, man. But hey, appreciate you. See you next time, man. Hope you have a good one. These are barely getting visits, if any at all. Yeah, we'll probably want to change up some of the locations. I wonder if you put a zip line here, does that help? I could hit this one and but not that one. All right, we'll have to just put it like that and then maybe do a connection right here on top. Which a lot of times mean I need to have this, which is fine. All of the planks. We need all of the planks. Man. Oh, not enough water. Oh, no. We gotta wait for the drought to be over. So, in a drought, we don't have enough water. Oh, that sucks. We can't bathe in a drought, boys. That's really unfortunate. We have to give up showering when there's a drought happening. Low-key kind of gross. All right, it's gonna be able to start doing this. No more cutting trees. All right, the forester is effectively done with this area. And then we are going to do Tapper Shack. Double tap these areas, and then we should be good. These are going to start getting planted. We're going to replace those later. And then the only thing we need now is sunflower seeds. I'm going to assume this is enough. And now that we're moving the berries over, this guy's done. Let's demolish the berries. I think once we get water into here, this is going to be all great. Gotta bop the berries though. No water for the Lados. So wood is fine. We're literally just a little bit slow on the planks. Centrifuge is not running. The windmill is up. We're getting a little bit of power, but we clearly don't have enough. I guess we could pause the extracts. Having a little bit's good enough. No demand. Okay. We also might want to bop the observatory. We could already get the last Earth Recultivator, 20k. Haven't built it yet. There is probably an achievement for unlocking everything. And we do have just way too much science right now. We could probably just disable the observatory at a certain point. 17k, all monuments purchased. I think we actually could just turn everything off. Dude, we're still at 10k. We're practically done with the unlocks. Everything is going to be cheap at this point. 4k, I guess. No, okay. 6, 6, 4. Little bit more need. We need about 15k science to unlock everything else. 15 to 20k. We're almost done. There's probably an achievement for that. I'm not actually sure. I'm just assuming it is. Okay. So I do want to grab the scrap here. Scavenger flag. We're just gonna grab the metals. This is good tree planting space, man. It really is. Whatever it is I want over there, it's gonna be good. No more drought. Still working on this. The water is fine. We just don't get the setup yet. This is getting power. All right. Add connection here. Add connection here to here. Oh my god. Travel. So you can go directly to the warehouse now. And then you get all the campfires here. All the popularity just went up so much. That's so nice. I might even want to move another zip line to here so that they could just go to these campfires on the edge. That's not bad. Another thing I think we end up doing is putting a zip line here. And then we use the top of the warehouses as rooftop terrace. I don't think this is going to be enough for everybody. 106. Wow. Okay. That's not bad. We're still low on planks, though. So we're kind of waiting on that right now. I guess we could pause one of the gear sites. But we have 3 lumber mills making planks. We have the wood. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Scrap metal. All right, more hauling is going to be done, which is fine. I do kind of want this area to be more fertile. There is a way to kind of do that too. And then since we have green space here pretty consistently now, I'm thinking about growing something here. Maybe we do sunflowers here. I think this will always have water. Because we just went through a drought and it's still really nice. And we're only going to get more water at this point. Alright, which would mean then I would probably want to go up this way. get rid of this pathing in it and of itself and climb up here and go directly there. Yeah. Nice. And then we get to use all this space for sunflowers. Sunflowers, efficient farmhouse. So you do need a farmhouse for that. Should be good. Just put it right there. All right. Do you do anything to sunflowers? Grilled spatterdock chestnuts. No, you just eat sunflower seeds. Do I not have that available? Maybe not. Okay, so plant crops. Now that the resources is good, we get to change the pathing a little bit, which is fine. Sunflower. Everything's within range. Alright, we'll keep this a little bit open. Just because it's like fertile ground's gonna recede. We'll just keep this to put something there. We might even want to put... Nah, we probably shouldn't. We could put a zip line right here, though. Alright, so we might just want to grow more chestnuts then. Get the chestnuts on the open fire. Alright, we'll leave this open. This should be good. Chestnuts. Let's get the carrot right there. Maybe we could put... No, the chestnuts need to get toasted. Okay. Oh, 87 planks. Not messing around. Aw, so close. I want to put that there. I probably do put it back to back. That just feels better. And then 2K for tunneling. Oh, can't afford that yet. All right, we'll get that soon. We used up a lot of planks, man. I guess we'll just do that. Okay, should be good. Dynamite's almost done, which means we only get cattails. We might want to do bad water source here. Oh, I don't have the science for that. Oof. And we can't cap that as well. Okay, we'll wait. Other one's waiting for a drought, but we don't even have science. Feels bad. Water should be good, though. This is going down. This is filling up, though. It's taking some time. It's going to refill and spill back down. This is 2 tiles tall, and then we still have the ground level. So we have a lot of water there. Yep, and it's filling back up. Maybe we could consider running some floodgates here or something. I wonder if we should do something weird where we put a dam right here and then a sluice to keep this side topped off. No, but then we would drain water faster during drought season. Don't really want that. Okay, in terms of raw lumber, it's the large piles. That's all we could really do there. Having the large piles here for some of the other goods wouldn't be bad. I guess the only underground pile I would want a lot of would be for the scrap. Which is fine, we're still scavenging. I guess we just let them rock for a while. Okay, all the trees are planted. We're gonna bop this, and we're gonna put Tapper Shack. Let's wait for them to haul before it goes down into the low ground. So all of these chestnuts, no tree cut. That should be a lot of food. Sunflower seeds, pine resin, maple syrup, berries, and dandelions are scarce because you don't really need a lot. Cattails over there. Yes, yes, we need wheat. That is the last thing we don't have. So we need a wheat farm somewhere. Wheat farm, wheat farm. Where do we farm? You know what we could do? Oh no, when this spills water. Oh, couldn't we put a contamination barrier? Ooh, right here. And get our wheat farm right here. We would probably want a dynamite. There is also up here. We could lower this entire height level by 1. No, I don't think that's it. Where can we grow wheat? Maybe it's here. Like, we literally just run this, and then the area around it becomes a wheat farm. And all we gotta do is put, like, dams in front. Realistically, yeah. That wouldn't be bad. Put dams right here so the water doesn't get in. And then we maintain water here. I would want to kind of redo this area, though. That would be pretty good. Alright, so that might be the last thing we do with the wheat farm and the bakery. Because we're probably not ready to do that yet. Landscaping, I want to do tunneling. I may have to ladder this. Makes a lot of sense. And then I guess given how we want to do it, we want to do it like that because we're going to need to do that anyways for the storage. I guess we don't need this because we're only really trying to do 2. Wow. Oh, I thought everything was done. Nothing's done. It looks done though. And then we'll start moving the food from here inside, get some more warehouses here. Warehouses are going to rely on our plank count, so we're going to need to make sure we got the planks. Okay. Which decoration do we not have a lot of? Shrubs and lanterns and roofs and scarecrows. Also the wind gauge. Okay. So, decoration. Have one here. Have one here. We'll do shrub, shrub, shrub. Lantern, lantern. Let's get some well-being stuff. Another good one's probably right here. Oh, I thought the lantern caused everything to turn on. I thought it was like, oh man, super pog. And then I probably do some meme strats with the roofing. We're low on planks, so I should wait up. Low on planks, low on planks. Can never have enough planks, man. Let's make some explosives. Y'all know how it is. You know what? Nah, I'm not gonna detonate early. We just detonate this. No problem. Oh, sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds. New food type. New food type, new food type. Also, I should try to build some of the other well-being buildings that don't require power. Agora uses the extract. It's not bad. We might have to put the Agora here. That wouldn't be bad. This requires power. This only requires extract. Detailer is small. Maybe we do a detailer. Do. Could have bopped one of the shrubs here, I guess. Turn this back on. We only need one. Alright, detailer. We're gonna do the tree print. Seems legit. Supply will last for 42 hours. Not bad. People are gonna start detailing their tails. Basically getting a tattoo. In a form of a stamp. Alright, so that's effectively just well-being for everybody. Might want to even get a second one. Gotta find a good spot to put it though. This wouldn't be bad. And then this is probably pretty good spot for a lantern as well. Shrub up top. And then we'll wait a little bit of time to see whether or not we need more. Getting the decor up is actually one of the things you have to do in this game. I mean, you don't have to, but it's one of the things you will want to do. No one to tap. Oh, you don't need a tap. These are these nuts. That's right. You don't need to tap these nuts. You need to gather these nuts. That's what it is. There we go. Demolish that. Spatter dock. Oh, we're done, guys. 3, 2, 1, go. The slowest chain explosion known to man. Explode 200 dynamite in a single day. I randomly got an achievement. I didn't even know that was it. Let's go, boys. All right, we're going to want to do that. All the range. Oh, it doesn't go all the way out. That sucks. I guess that's okay. Plant crops, cattails. We're in range. Nice. Turn this on. Aquatic farmhouse. If they don't have to go to the farmhouse first, they could go directly to the farm. There's a path here. It's not too bad. Dynamite. Oh, almost done, almost done. Nice. Flood a building. Oh no, bro. $85. Wait, how are we not? Yeah, we should be good. We should be good. Wow, flooding a building is an achievement. I didn't even know that. All right, we're in. I'm in, boys. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay. You have to demolish this. Get the planks back. Oh, look at my warehouse. Hell yeah. All right. Get all the planks. Get all the warehouse goods. It's time. All right. So gears. Okay. And pine resin. Okay. Once those empty out, I'm gonna want to remove these. I don't have other storage for it yet. I don't want to make more because it's gonna use planks and process it. So the smart way to probably deal with treated lumber is yeah, this is 200. So we just got to get the science for this, and that's gonna be the play. All right, so let's start moving some of the goods. Potatoes, grilled potatoes. So we're gonna go with potato, and then we do the grill. Is grill yo? Empty out. And then we get to basically bop these. We're gonna place it with a large storage. Alright, we're gonna need to do dynamite over there. Once this gets built, we are gonna move the spatter dock. So storage, cook storage, yes. Doesn't cook. We don't have storage for dandelions. Because of the fact that it's not food, we're probably gonna give it a small warehouse. I feel like that's very fair. I may want to do some weird, like, Put a medium warehouse facing the center or facing away, and then have it be a rooftop terrace right here. And then we'll have blueberry. No, we already have blueberries. Dandelion. That's it. We don't really need medicine. And then medicine would be not stored in here. Where does medicine get stored at then? Wait, how is medicine not stored here? Is that water? It is. Oh, that kind of throws me off then. I do have blueberries in here. I don't want to have a huge storage of dandelions. Like, we don't really need that. I wouldn't want two. What's another small good we could put into here? Paper? Maybe? I probably don't want to do paper, though. Books for knowledge. Wait, did we ever make books? We have cat mill, printing press, books, books. Are we reading? Oh shit, we're reading. We might need another printing press, to be honest. That might have to go into here. Which would mean moving the centrifuge would probably be better. Yeah, there's a part of me that's thinking we could do something like that. We'll wait, though, till we need to. We don't need to do it now. Okay, he knows what he needs to gather. Let's bop the plank storage. Waiting for the chestnuts. Wood is plentiful, so we're doing great. Sunflower seeds are all right. Okay, so this is ready. So we want to do the grilled spatterdock and then the spatterdock. Then we want to empty. Nice. Get it, pop these two. We're probably gonna want to change how this works. Oh, that autosave lag. Alright, we'll do it like that, why not? Realistically, would it be like that, though? No, I think it's fine. Drought started. We're gonna be okay. 9 days, you have a lot of water. We could pause this, not because I want to, I just don't want to keep draining from here. At some point, it's gonna stop because we're gonna top off. This is gonna be fine. This is great. Little bit of water in here, not as much as I would imagine. Part of me does think that might be worthwhile. Putting a dam somewhere here and then replacing this with floodgates so that we could fill up to 80% on the inside and then open the floodgates and dump back into here as needed. That way this acts as a reservoir for the bottom, because normally this will dry up before the bottom does, which is kind of a problem. I was thinking about dynamiting this area to create a deeper res. I was considering it. I don't think we will, though, at least not yet. It feels a little extreme. Okay, dynamite's good. We get planks. Nice. All right, so the tops of these are going to be really good for rooftop terracing if we don't have enough here. If it is enough, we might start doing some roofing then, where the roofing here just gives a benefit. 32? I'm in. No good select, that's about expected. Okay, so we will need to start getting some storage for some of the other plants. This is an 8-day thing. So after the drought's over, this is going to be ready. Pine resin is stored at one of these small warehouses. What about maple syrup? Maple syrup is in a tank. Okay. We may just move maple syrup to here and then remove the tea stones. I might just move the teeth stones to here, to be honest. Okay, looking at this right now. Roofs and scarecrows. Maybe a bulletin pole. Okay. Okay. We want it symmetrical, so we'll just do it like that. We already have one in the middle. I guess we could get one on the edge right here. Wouldn't be bad. Scarecrow is kind of awkward. Put one there. We have one on the inside. Put one here. Put one here. Okay. Isn't connected. Here we go. All right, so grilled spatter dog, grilled potatoes. We need another food mill here. I kind of want it symmetrical, so we're gonna do this. And we probably need staircase here. And then we're gonna get grilled chestnuts. And then we're gonna need one for cattails and then cattail flour. And then we need to do a bakery for the finished product there. That's gonna be fun. We'll wait for that though. Sunflower seeds, so yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. No. Yes. Okay, so we got to get food storage for some of the stuff on the side. Yeah, we're not flowing in anymore, which means we could still bathe. Oh, we're ready here. So this is chestnuts, grilled chestnuts. And then this is chestnuts. Pump is off. Water is not even halfway. 6 days of drought still. We can always just pump water from the center. Otherwise, we're doing pretty good. Man, I just realized this kind of looks like America. This is Cali. And then we have Oregon. And then we have Washington. Florida's over here. Kind of does. This is not Texas though, so it looks kind of off. This kind of looks like Texas, but it's like where Alaska is supposed to be. Okay, we're waiting on the planks to accumulate again. And then water dome is 4K. I mean, we could just close it too. Oh, maybe that's what we do here. This doesn't use treated planks though. I mean, we kind of need to do this though. All right, this will help us empty out the gears. Though the pine resin is still going to be in there. All right, everyone's going to be working. Planks to gears. We have 5 days to let them work on this. Dude, no metal, no gears, no nothing, because we don't have a stockpile. I mean, it's fair. I don't think we're going to get it in time, so at some point, we're going to probably want to pause this. We just want to stop bad water from spawning there. Centrifuge is up. Oh, they can reach. Good stuff. And then we'll get to recoup all the planks back. And then we're going to use those planks for everything else. Whether it's gears, hauling to the dome. It's getting there, it's getting there. Bad water is fine. We don't really need the workers right now, so the fact that we have like 5 builder huts and like 3 hauling stations, 4, we're probably fine. We could reduce one of these buildings to get more laborers if we need it. Not bad, not bad. So we need to just not do anything. If anything, we might want to demolish random stuff. If it helps us. I don't think there's anything we could demolish right now, though. Staircases we kind of need. 40%? Looking kind of nice. Dude, that's 200 gears, though. Goddamn. So, of course, no more storages for the time being. We're kind of chilling all that. I guess this building we could demolish. If we get gears and planks. And it's because we're not going to have wheat, like, for the longest time. Oh, but that means my centrifuge doesn't get power. Yeah, I kind of need to leave that there then. Do we have cattails yet? We do. Let's turn this on. So we have no place to store cattail flour, nor do we have cattails. Okay, waiting for the chestnuts. The grill, though, is just logs. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And there we go. We gotta do the same spacing. Chestnuts, let's go. 2.7 days. Okay, 50%. Looking pretty good. We're probably going to be bottlenecked at gears. Makes a lot of sense that we would be at the same time. Very unfortunate, though. You know what? Because we have the zip line here now, you know what I'm thinking? We could easily utilize this space back here now as warehouse space. Yeah. How much does it cost for this? Okay, you do need 40 planks. You do need 40 planks. So that's too far. Wow. This is not lighting up. Don't tell me you can't do intersections. Yeah, nothing is lighting up. No way. You can't loop. Oh, wow. You can't do a three-way interchange. Everything here's a... Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. It's a zip line. There's no real way to control which direction you go with a zip line. So we kind of have to remove this, put a tether there, and then probably go down to here. Maybe even move this pole closer to this side. So we go bam, 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 bam. And then the logic is access the campfires from the backside, and we get the warehouse space here too. Maybe. Yep, this is low on water again. A little unfortunate. This is low on water as well, but all the crop is still growing because the water right there. One day. Cattails. No space to store it right now is the problem. All right, we have a lot of planks to the point where we don't have space for it anymore. Good news is that storage is just planks, so we will want to get this. I think we might put it back here. Cattails, flour, and then the actual food. I also don't want to grab planks because we're processing it right now to gears. But you could argue we don't have space for the cattails, which kind of sucks. And then we're going to have to pause this soon because of the fact that this is going to be active again. So we need to stop hauling to it before we get sick because we have no antidotes right now. They will end, you know, the day at their house. So we'll just let them haul whatever they need to haul. At some point, people are going to stop coming here. I think right now. And then we just have to pause this. Alright, we have to wait till the next drought period before we finish that. Bad news is, though, we don't have a gear storage spot for that yet. But I do think the idea with this getting bopped might make a lot of sense. Okay. This works. Okay, cool. So this is the furthest the pylon could be. And then I need to be able to reach the one right there. So it's right here, more or less. Might be better on this side. And we get both. All right, perfect. And then with that, we'll be able to go to the back side for the campfires. Yep, bad water's coming out again. So, you know, we would get sick if that were the case. So we kind of have to leave that be. Once these get built, we could start moving some storage here. We're going to do the large piles. Mamba. I hear you, babies. So we're probably gonna want to do gears and planks. And if we have a zip line, I think that's gonna be nice because they just travel, right? The little babies is awake. The little mambas. Yes, mamba. I wonder after all this time. Oh, we're out of water. Oh no. We might die of starvation. Dehydration. I forgot to turn on the water pump. Oof. I was wondering why my well-being is going down. Ooh, that is not good. People are going to start dying faster. People are going to live shorter lives. People are going to start dehydrating. Good news is that the water is pretty good. It keeps up. We're actually positive. It's just, yeah. We just got to wait till everyone actually gets a cup. I guess good news, though, is that, you know, we got the waters. Wow. Mamba, stop yelling at me. I didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, I hear you, Mamba. I hear you. All right, well-being is higher. People are still complaining about lack of water, but you know, people are drinking. Ah, it still looks really bad. How many days will it take to restabilize? Food is great. We have a lot of cooked food. You know what's funny? Now that I'm looking at the UI of this game, I feel like the UI for this is really good. It's concise and condensed, but at the same time, you kind of have information of everything that you have in the game. I feel like Whiskerwood would benefit from having a similar UI, man. Because they do the Manor Lord style where they kind of just group everything into one category. So like all your food types, instead of seeing the individual types, that matters because you want to see the quality of food. You just get a food icon. I feel like having a food icon and then a breakdown like that would be kind of nice. Because the way they have it in Whiskerwood is just individual resources you tally and you get to see it. This at least categorizes it by like raw, you know, unprocessed, and then cooked food. That's not bad. I wouldn't mind though if they moved like extract underneath bad water. Have it be more spread out. I wouldn't mind those things like that. Heck, they might even be able to move bad water as a subset of water. All right, it's getting back up to 30. People are getting their waters. We're going to start having it in the storage. All right, so add here, and then that goes in. All right, nice. We'll do these large piles. One's going to be for planks. One's going to be for treated planks. One's going to be for metal. We'll do a medium warehouse right here for gears. And then we are going to be able to get rid of the pine resin because we're going to have a treated plank area now. So that means we will be processing pine resin. We're going to wait for this to be emptied instead of waiting for it to deteriorate. Should be okay. And then we have good planks again. This is going to be cattails. Okay, and then we will need a food building here known as the bakery. Wood, no power needed. Oh, that's really nice. Could I just put it like here? Ooh, we need to bop this tile. We'll just do it twice. We have a lot of explosives right now. I don't want to use the science for the attack. I want to save up 4k to get the sealed dome. Explosion! Maybe we put it somewhere else. I guess we could have the bakery right here, and it wouldn't be bad. Wheat, maple syrup for pastries. Oh, we could put it like this, and we get 2 bakeries. That's kind of nice. These don't need power, so that's actually pretty sweet. Double check. Grilled and regular. I did mess that up, K-Kun, earlier. I think like a little while ago, but I did catch it. I did get that one. Good eye, though, because I did mess up. I did. I say that because I recognized I did earlier. I know what you're saying. I did mess that up, man. Feels bad. We'll do the cattails. This one's going to be paused. Alright, planks. So we are going to do cattail flour. And then we're going to do the crackers right here. We'll put the intermediate for the flour later. How are you though, K-Kun? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. What is good? What is good? Ooh, we got maple syrup. Beavers don't know how to consume maple syrup directly, right? I gotta make pastries. I think. I want to say it's pastries I need. Either way, we need them to kind of process right now. So we're doing the goods. Gears, plank, treated planks, metal blocks. That's all pretty good. Looking at the spacing now, I probably wouldn't mind getting 2 more campfires up here. I probably also don't mind getting a bridge that have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Get the suspension bridge. Immediately go across. It's pretty good. And then once we get that, we could recalculate the pathing to see which is better. I might bop these 3, and then this is gonna reconnect, and then maybe move 2 here, 1 there, so the 3 gets moved over. Maybe. Water's doing pretty good again. Looks like we do have sunflower seeds. Hopefully everyone has enough. We're not going to get more population than this, so it's like, not sure if anything weird's going to happen. Pine resin's getting used for the treated planks. Nice. Chestnuts roasting. Spatter dock potatoes. Wood storage. Still waiting on the bridge to be built. And we're low on planks, probably because we're building this. 80 planks. Not bad, not bad. Still doing the scrap metal hauling. Otherwise, we're doing pretty good. I think this was a great decision because this reservoir holds water for a long time. I do think the idea we have with a dam right here makes a lot of sense. If not a dam, maybe something like a floodgate. That way we can control height. Honestly, that's probably what I should do. Here or here? This would be easier to do because we would have to up down here, which kind of sucks. We would still have to go up with the staircase here though. Yeah, it might actually have to be here. We'll move it a little bit here then. And we'll do... Alright, we won't do this. Because I'm thinking about it. I should try to dynamite this layer first. It would be a lot better if I did it that way. Hold more water, and then we do a 2 deep floodgate instead of just a 1. Ooh. Oh, we got the foods. Let's go. The bakery's online. Alright, so the last thing we're going to be making is wheat in this area. I believe. The big thing is... I think we're going to do the weird setup. And it makes a lot of sense that we would do it that way. So we'll set this up. This will need power. We're going to have to connect it somehow. Maybe get its own power source with a windmill. And then the other thing we will need that will allow us to just use a lot of wood is by levying the edge. This is going to allow us to allow this to go 2 high instead of just 1. I guess we should do the pathing change a little bit different. So we could build more of the levees. Last one. Might even change the staircase to come from up here. Okay, so now we're protected on this side. These are just logs, so it's not going to impact us. If anything, it gives my guys something to do. I am going to bop one of these, and we're going to put a floodgate. Single floodgate should be fine, just because I might want to hold as much water as I need to. Like, keep this at 95 or something. We could also do something crazy and do an elevated reservoir if this is overfilling. That would be really cool, actually, because it's not like I'd be able to use this space. Yeah, okay. So for now, we're gonna want this. And then we just choke point it right there where it's kind of tight already. And then effectively this area becomes a wheat field. And then we just got to get power here somehow, which probably comes from like an overhang setup. That way the crops keep growing underneath. All right, so planks are starting to stack up. We need 25 metal and about 100 gears, right? 90 gears. We gotta wait till the drought though, unless I want to tank the sickness. You know, man, sometimes not getting down with the sickness would be like that sometimes. This is probably a levy. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so to keep my guys busy, we're gonna be doing a very weird design. All right, so what we're gonna do is the floodgate is gonna be at 90 or 95. We are gonna put a dam in some of these wall spaces, and then we're gonna reverse it with a sluice. So the logic might seem kind of weird, but I think it makes sense. We'll just do it there. I guess this doesn't need to be sealed. And if anything, we just go up and over with a ladder or a staircase. Okay, so here, I guess that makes sense here then. This is gonna be a sluice in. That might seem kind of awkward. And then we probably want to do it here. We're gonna double dam. Dam! 2 of them, baby. Alright, so dams hold up to 75. So we're gonna be producing off of this side. The water's gonna fill up, and then once it gets above 75, it's gonna start spilling into this pocket. Then that's gonna fill up until it's at the same height level as this pool. Once that happens, they're both probably just gonna fill up. Actually, should I sluice this? No, I think dam, maybe floodgate. Floodgate. That way I can have control on the height. And then once it fills up, it spills in. And then we fill up this pool with water. We could even dynamite more to create a larger reservoir. And then as this deteriorates, this would be able to fill in with the sluice. It's going to be the logic. So it's always going to top off the pool in a drought. And then we just stop it there, and then it's wheat field. And then we just got to move the scrap metal. It's not a bad idea. I think it's pretty good. Alright, we have enough for another storage. Face that up. This is going to be cattail flower. Roots. Flower. Okay. All right, so I could reach everything. Just want to make sure. Drought approaching. That means we get to finish this. Nice. All right, we have all the resources too. Good stuff. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking great. We gotta pop this. Ooh, so that means we gotta fix this now. All right, finally. So we was gonna put the agora here. And then I believe that means we're rerouting to here. There we go. We could even face it to the left. We'll face it up. Yeah, we'll put it close to close like that. Run 2 of those. And then we could get the dance hall on the other side. Move the log storage. That's a good spot though, I'm gonna be real. Logs and planks. Alright, let's pause at least one of them. Let's low priority this. This is gonna add another well-being. So yes, yes, yes. Technically, Lado and shower, same thing. We have medical bed for the injury. We have contemplation spots. Herbalist we don't need. No one's gonna get sick. Agora we're building. Carousel needs power. We're gonna have to wait for that. And then detailers we have 2 of. Then we need to get dance hall. I probably want 2 dance halls. I probably want a 3rd Agora, to be honest. We could dynamite some space here. We could also put an Agora in another spot, like by one of the zip lines, maybe. Probably not over here. Over here. We could technically demo this little hill right here to try to put something like maybe over here. For now, we'll just let that build first. 36. Halfway there, boys. Halfway there, halfway there. Dude, this got built out fast. Okay. So, top off if it's... Close when it's above 50. That's fair. And then these are at 80. Yeah, and they're synchronized. And then this is going to be at 90. 80, 90. That should be fair. And then the last thing we're going to need here is to get the aquifer. Probably want it this way. Ooh, we might want it this way. And then get the power on the ledge right here. That's pretty good. Yeah, and then we could just put like windmills or stuff up here. Either way, it's going to be on this side. It makes a lot of sense that we just do vertical shaft right here. And then we just do a line out. We will connect this later. We don't actually need this path anymore, so we just get rid of it. And then we'll just get power here. Get the wheels? Nah, probably windmills. We should be safe from the bad water right here. It should just spill out and then empty out. Did we use up all the resources we needed for the... Nope, looks fine. Yeah, we have everything good. Nice. No real issues then. I'm probably just going to do the same thing. 2 windmills. That's going to keep this powered, isolated by itself too. I shouldn't need any more wood, but I'm just going to cut down the trees here. Might as well. It's 1 log each. One of those things. Doesn't seem that good. I kind of don't understand if there's like a min-max way to deal with windmills. I want to believe that the higher the windmill is, the better the power, but it's like there's nothing like that that kind of like proves that as a possibility. It feels like wind's kind of random. Like if I pause this, this is generating 251. This is generating 251. I'm not even sure if it's the same height level. But I want to assume that this is good. Let's get that connected. I want to assume that's good though. Alright, let's get this done. Once that's done, we can just get rid of the staircase and all that and actually seal it up. Potentially build a windmill, turn it on. We're going to be in a drought, so whether or not we turn it on now doesn't matter. We have 7 days. Drought's ready. Go back to building, boys. Everyone immediately zip lines to it, man. Look at that army of beavers. I like to believe that they're a hive mind and that when they hear water drop, the entire family of beavers runs towards the water drop source and starts making the dam. All right, closed. Cover bad water source using a dedicated one. Nice. Open, close. All right, we're going to open, close this for the potential achievement. I am going to build the rig here. We just got the science for it. All right. This way is probably the closest. So we're going to be able to drop the materials in and build from the top. That's always been something jank with this game, but at the same time, it's safe because we don't touch the red water. So it's kind of nice. Food is stockpiled. Oh my god, we got saltines. We got saltines, baby. Flour, roots, these nuts, regular chestnuts. Are we, like, not gathering fast enough? Alright, we'll get a second gather flag. Chestnuts, please. Oh, we got the Agora. Let's go, 35. And we have planks still. Doing pretty good. All right, that's done. Someone pick this up, man. And everything is cut. Thank you for working hard, Mr. Beaver. Let's get the landscaping. Cool, double windmill. I guess I could have just put it, like, in the water without having the pipe come out. Technically, yeah, I could have just did it, like, here. Maybe it's here and then here. And then I could have saved on the shaft. But, you know, realistically, the shaft is cheap with logs. Can't be too mad about that. Okay. I might be benefited by putting it up here. And having a ladder or a staircase coming down. I am considering that. That way we don't, like, utilize all the... well, I want to see where the water comes out to first. Using wood, logs, paper should be fine. We don't have wheat yet. So we will have to have a bakery for the bread, which we don't need. We're low on planks. I guess all the resources are being used here. Yeah, treated planks, gears, metal blocks. Yep. Classic. 400 gears. Goddamn. Let's make sure we unlock all the stuffs. Double, triple, impermeable floors, contamination barriers. more dynamite. So 20, 41, 51, 52, 55, 60. Wow, I have 60,000 science left? Really? Or was that 100? So it's 6,000. 5,500? Maybe it was 5,500. No water in a drought for the showers, so our well-being is a little low. Windmilling, building that out. Part of me thinks maybe we should replace this with floodgates. And then during a drought, we full rise it. So instead of 75, we get up to 95. Though I do think, though, the fundamental problem with this is the fact that we don't have water feeding into this, and we're utilizing it. Is there another way to kind of spill water into here? Oh, it's these sources. There's an aquifer here and here. And then we could fill water in this way. That's actually insane. So we would effectively just need to cap this. If we're able to cap this and close it, we effectively get water here. That's really nice. And then we don't have to worry about this at all. And then the only bad water is here, which we already rerouted. You know what? Maybe we want to do that. And then we want to get to there. Alright, so this is safe area. We will have to go down to go up. And then this is probably suspension bridge. Six by one? No, we'd have to science. Alright, that's fine. We'll just set that up. What are we waiting for here? Ears! Alright, let's slow down the priority here. So we put the gears to the windmills. That's going to be more helpful. We have 2 days for that, though. The greens are coming back. All right, so if we get water coming in here to add into here, I think the smart move is going to be dynamiting this area. 100%. Yeah. That's got to be the smart move. Basically, we want to get to this height level, maybe even lower, connected, and then have the wall go up and then drain from the bottom, right? So we basically want the water to get to here, but we just sluice at the level that we want the water to be at, which is probably here. So I'd probably keep this height. Oh, and then that means we dam this. So we retain the water here. We sluice into here, and then we remove this, and then the water is just filling, and then it spills out down there, which is not bad. And then we get to top this off. That's pretty good. That may allow us to do something jank, like do a water pumping. Like, we could take a mechanical pump. Oh, and that fits. And have that turn on when it needs, because then we're going to have water here, right? Yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea. All right, so we probably suspension bridge this. You see that we cross entirely. It's probably exactly what we want. And then we could do the same thing. We're basically going to carve a little hole here. But we will have to get the aquifers in. That's going to be fun. One's up. Second one needs 19 gears. Drought's ended. Oh, I forgot to turn off the pump. That's fine, though. We have water. Can't really be mad about that. So far, so good. The only thing that might be a little bit lacking might be the sunflower seeds. Looks like we're good, though. Like, we're not even able to harvest everything because they just regrow. That might mean that we might not have enough farm hands. That's perfectly fine, though. As long as we have the food. We know that we get more food by just scaling up the farmhouses. That's good news. Seven more gears. We'll probably get that today. Okay. Open. Close. No achievement. Feels bad. Alright, this is just going to spill out. It's going to eventually just dry out. Yep. It stopped moving, so it's thinning out. Still got scrap here. We are sitting at 300. Man, we're going through the metals, actually. I guess we are using it on this. If I use up this scrap, I might actually have to go up there. Over there. Over here. This might be the closest, because we have a zip line. Yeah, we might actually want to do that. This is a lot of scrap, too. We don't need to do it yet, though. We have a lot for now. Not like we need to spend the metal on anything. We would have enough for this already, and nothing else. At that point, we're just stacking it up. Oh, we got water here. Let's go. Let's see if the strat works. Fertile land, though. Oh. I didn't finish this. No. No. Water's gonna spill out. The army of beavers. Build it, boys. Hey, nice. Alright, so now this is going to become a reservoir. We could dynamite this just to generate some more water. We might actually. Either way, you could see that it's very fertile. Doing pretty good. If we do the farmhouse here, we don't get that much coverage. If we do the farmhouse here, we get pretty much everything. Alright, looks like I do want to be here. So let's go ladder. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think this is going to be where the farmhouse is going to be. We're going to do that. Farmhouse is a 2x3, so it comes out this way. We are going to need to dynamite those. Let's get the tier 2. Dynamite that. I might actually need the second staircase. That would be the optimal spot. Get the walking path up. Oh. Wouldn't I not want the path here? Right? Yeah, I wouldn't want the path here. Okay. Maybe that means we do a third staircase. And we do another dynamite. And then we could walk along the base of this. Kind of like that. And what we do is this, that. Oh no, bro, they got stranded. Haha, classic. No, my beavers. All right, these two. There we go. Now we can pop this, and now they're free. Cool. Nice fertile ground right here, though. I'm probably not going to utilize it. So let's just go up. Spot this. Here, here. Probably don't need this anymore. And then we want this setup. Not bad, not bad. 4 vacancy, that's a hauling site, so it's no real problem. We do have planks right now, so we get another warehouse if we need to. Gears are kind of low. I'm just going to let that process for a while. Because we don't even have treated planks as well. Our planks are probably going to get used up. Yeah. That being said, these are in. Here and here. Alright, so we're going to want to demolish this. We keep everything else. Farmhouse here. And we have pretty much everything on the ground level. Nice. Not bad. If this is not enough... Oh, wow. Right there. There we go. If this is not enough, we can get another farmhouse here for more wheat. That being said, we will turn on the wheat flour mill. And then we would need to get a storage. Okay, I do think it's time to bop this line. This is going to be cattail roots. This is going to be raw wheat. We're going to grow bread eventually. We would be using a lot of planks. I mean, the storage is going to use a lot of planks, so maybe we don't do the agora yet. 39! We're doing really good. Alright, what are we missing? Wet fur, bread, maple pastries, campfires, and contemplation spots. Okay, no popularity. Alright, let's wait till nighttime passes, and then we'll see a popularity that's more recent. And then we'll get to adjust a little bit of the campfires, I imagine. Okay, got a little bit of time. Still doing scrap. I'm surprised wet fur is still a problem. Okay. We got the bridge. We got this ready too. That's not bad. I'm probably going to want to do the seal after we finish this. 60%, all the metal. Treated plank's almost done. It's literally gears. Oh, and the warehouse is done. All right, we'll turn this on. Use up all the logs, 150. We have the first two monuments. This one, Fountain of Joy, needs the water. And then the Earth Recultivator. This thing is huge. This will be like the last thing we build, probably. Fountain of Joy, I'm probably... This is a 5x5. So I will have to find a 5x5 in the water right here. I might bop some carrots, which I think it's fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then let's mark for demolition. Ooh, I don't even need to bop it. This fits. Or will that flood? For safety reasons, we're just gonna remove it. Either way, though, we're gonna get the fountain right there. Crazy thing is that it's almost centered in front of the living area. Okay. Ooh, it's up. Let's go. All right, so nighttime just finished. Popularity. These three, no one's able to go to. These, no one's able to go to. Wow, we're just a lot of these. Just have no use. How else can we get campfires to be more popular? Putting it here, maybe? We might have to. Just put that there. See if that helps. Put campfires in the back right here. That wouldn't be a bad concept. Actually, not enough space. We only have like one right here. Six. Okay, that's fair. So we could do these. And then put campfires right here. Hopefully that might help out. Okay, the Agora's chilling. The water here is filled up and it's working. Overflowing. No one's flooded. This is topped off to the brim. Looking really good. And once that bottom area right here loses enough water, this is going to top it off. So we should probably do 65. Maybe even higher. 65 is pretty good though. Tiered system. Here to here, back in, and then flood out. Eventually we're going to get bad water here, so we don't want to do anything with the bottom. And then what we could do is make this larger by dynamiting this. So we just get more water space. I would imagine these are mad popular right here. Campfire, contemplation spots, roofing. Wait, rooftop terrace. Okay, we might want some more on this side actually. I might just dynamite this, man. I'm thinking about it. Like, we could just do that. It would probably be fine. Okay, is this finished? Nope, just gears. That's gonna take a while. 221 gears. We make about 15 a day. So this will eventually get done, I suppose. The only purpose is going to be to get bad water, though. This is getting low. I guess we could open it. There's no real downside of not having it run right now. Like, running this doesn't hurt us. So, you know, we just pump up the waters. 39. Almost to the big 4-0. Okay. Dance hall doesn't need gears. Wow. I mean, if you're telling me it's free, you're gonna start dancing. It's just treated planks. That's gonna be our bottleneck. That's actually not bad. Can you relocate? Man, you can't, huh? You can't relocate the district, huh? That would be the one thing I would want to be able to relocate. That's crop space. And it's like everything is relative to the district. I want to say we're fine, though. Ooh, this is almost done. Man, that's fast. How much dynamite do we already have? They were not messing around with the dynamite, man. We'll leave them to it. We have a lot of planks, so that's going to mean another storage. Wheat, not finished growing yet. And then this is going to be wheat flour. This is done. We were going to put 2 of the campfires here, because it's relatively close. The wheat farms are looking healthy. And then the mill is going to be... yeah, it's waiting. Wow, that was built. So this is likely going to be pastries. Does that mean this ends up being maple syrup? Yeah, Yeah, 3x3 for the large. Okay, so going up to here means we get this space. We got to do the rooftops. Is that gonna be worth though? All right, before we actually do that setup, I want to see if that's gonna be something we want. $58 campfires at an all-time low. That might be because they just don't have enough downtime. That could be what it is, realistically. There's probably going to be a point where we stop building stuff and we just give them less work time. And just we need to make sure everything is kind of like topped off. Because at that point, we probably wouldn't need builders anymore. We'll be able to remove the builder's hut. Yeah, we're getting to that point. Once we get all the food and the materials to make the wonders, we could start reducing a lot of the stuff that we don't really need. Treated planks, probably get another printing press for books is probably going to be really good. Maybe another paper mill might be needed for the books to keep up. We could probably destroy the... not destroy, but turn off a lot of buildings eventually. Alright, at 3.3 science. 1, 2, 2, and we're at 1400, okay. And then we just have paths and structures last. We got to do terrain block. Everything else is bought. I'm pretty sure there's going to be an achievement for that. And then we could just pause the observatory. Save on a little bit of power. Don't need to run 4 beavers inside. We just pause it because we're not going to need the science. You know what they should do? They should allow the observatory to give you a better forecast. It's going to tell you drought in 10 days, you know, something like that. They just extend the window that they give you. Very minor buff. But it's like if you're already with the observatory, right? All right. 3932. Wet fur is somewhat okay. So we just don't have enough contemplation spots. Do we just need to start spamming these or something? Alright, let's build 9 contemplation spots right here. Bad tides approaching, that's fine. Let's close this. Our water is probably going to be good soon. We're going to get bad tide here, which is not really going to impact us. Alright, I guess this is where we start doing the terraforming stuffs. Okay, we want to get that started before we start sluicing and all that good stuff. Yeah, they built this fast though. Okay. Another bridge. We want to be able to completely cross this. So from the bridge, we could build one out on both sides, which is what we're basically doing. Take advantage of this. I do think that we have to do this a little bit weird. We might have to put a levee set up here. Then a sluice. At the same time, we could probably just put the sluice at the bottom, and it probably makes the most sense. And then everything here is going to be a 2. And then we're going to need another bridge. This should actually be fine. We could cross over here. Alright, everything's alright. Bad tides happening. Couple days. Everything's going pretty good though. So we could put another aquatic farm here. We need the cattails. At the moment, it doesn't seem like we need it. We're maxed out. We have a lot of planks as well. Let's get into the storage. This is going to be bread. 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 Oh, that's bread. Flour, wheat. Gotta start making bread. Yep, we're making flour. All right, so the bakery is going to be active. Should be fine. Maple syrup at 50. Okay. So that means this storage will be maple pastries. And then it also means we have to bop this path in. And we get the bakery here. And then we probably just put the large water right here. Now this is going to be maple syrup. We don't really need it to be this large, but it works. And then I think with that, we effectively have everything we need for food. I want to say that's going to be all the food we need. Bad tide. Yep. So this is going to spew out. No issues with us. Got the water. We got the wheat harvest. Bread's coming in. We're lacking workers. All right, we're going to bop one of the workers' huts. And then, yeah, one of the haulers' hut is completely empty. We are probably fine on builders right now. Because we're bottlenecked by resources. So I'm probably just going to bop another builder's hut. This could become another campfire site. This ground only. Ground only. Okay. All right. Chestnuts, syrup, resin, berries, dandelion. Maple pastries. Gears still bottlenecked. How are we over here though? 240. Okay, it's not bad. 150 left. Probably 10 cycles. All right, so over to here. Let's just got ready. So this is gonna have to... Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. How does that wreck me? Oh no, bro. Not like this. Oh no, bro. This is bad. I shouldn't have dynamited. This should not keep spilling over, right? That should just recede. Okay. So we have to hope that it thins out enough. Oh, it's spilling over again. Why? Let it drain, dude. Let it drain. Oh my god, dude. It spills over from time to time. It's so bad. Not like this. So it's gonna contaminate, but it's gonna stay in this corner. How do we make that? Is it here? No, it's gonna add more water right now. Alright, we might be fine now, though. Alright, we just have to hope this doesn't contaminate us. Oh, it's so bad. So, it will evaporate. It is gonna thin out, and then the water's, like, it's gonna go away. It will. Because of how the water physics is, water's coming from here, and it's pushing out this way, this isn't gonna flow out. Some of it might go into here, but this doesn't touch anybody. This is really just water, so if it's mixed so that it's diluted, the crops won't die. Right, you can see that even though it's partially red, there's no cracks. That's what we're worried about. The cracks will kill the plants. So we're just hoping that it drains out fast enough that there's no problem. Oh no, bro. Of course. It really do be like that, man. All right. So we're going to be setting up for another dome. Damn it, dude. We need to get the dome. What's at the bottom of the hole? This is how a geyser looks like if you're not playing Oxygen Not Included. You know, it's 3D. Kind of looks like a little, you know, explosion from the ground coming from the center. Be like that sometimes. Got a little bit of red Gatorade mixing in with the blue. I don't know how that tastes. Could be diabolical, so we're gonna have to hold up for that. No showers right now. We're at 43. Let's go. How are we at 43 when we just had a bad water break? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so everything's low. Gears, planks. Before we could even get the next set, this is still waiting, right? Yep. Still need the gears. Wood is good. Planks are a little bit low, but that's probably my fault for trying to build this. Oh no, we have it. It's just gears now. Okay. So we're just using the gears locally. Dance hall's done. That's why. Makes sense. Beavers are trying to dance. What the hell is that at the bottom of the hole? Oh, you missed playing Path of Exile last season. That's what they call the Abyss. Yep, seems legit, man. Something about lightless passage. It really do be like that sometimes. That's what happens when you miss a season, though, Miss Mycelium. You miss out on the cool content. Oh, are they gonna get sick this way? Alright, we're gonna build a herbalist because I have my doubts on whether or not we're gonna do well. Herbalist. So just grab the antidote from there. Yep, not having water kind of sucks. Part of me does want to mechanical pump that. And run it on a pause, and on setup. I mean, it would fit and be fine. And we do hold a lot of water here to make that feasible. I like the idea that we want to do here, but yeah, we should have capped this before doing any of the detonation. Good news is that we're using up a lot of the trees, if not all of it. We're capped off too. Okay, so with the 9 extra contemplation spots, it's still only at 71. Man, same thing with the campfire. It's only at 79. I guess we just have to hit 71. Don't really have to have everyone constantly at it. So we'll just get the food stuff first and the monument stuffs. Bad tide ended. Please stop the bad tides. Alright, so this is gonna stop adding. Oh shit, this is here. I didn't even realize there's a freaking bad tide drain right there. Wow. So what that means is I don't actually cap this. No, I probably cap it and then run this flowing out this way. Actually, we can just run it here. That's actually perfect. I do want to cap this still, because then I don't want to overflow the water. Okay, so that means we get this. That's all planks, though, which kind of sucks. How much is a suspension bridge? These are probably super cheap. Okay, so I probably do this and run the biggest suspension bridge we got. Okay. I guess I do this. Almost have the 5. Almost done with the tech. And then we would have to bop this. And we would want to do a staircase like that. And you can build that from this half. Okay, cool. This is great because now we could tunnel in from here down here. We would have to do a wall for these guys. That wouldn't be too bad. We basically want them to just flow out to here. And then I don't have to worry about it. We have a bridge. We're never going to be on like low level. And it's just going to be capping and then figuring out how to route this underneath. It probably makes sense that we're going to use a lot of dynamite. For the sake of it, though, it's probably just always better to just use Yeah, we probably just want to put some walls here and then get to this level. That's 2 tiles thick. And then we basically want to route that to here. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. So the smart move, it's probably going to here. Doing a levee here. Then we want to go down, and then we basically want this. Okay. So it's smart probably to go across first. And then be able to cross there and build here. This probably makes more sense. All right, and then we probably want to wait until we cap this. Maple syrup's getting stored. Let's go. Sugars are going to be here. We're still trying to do 130 gears, so we kind of have to wait because we need 200 gears for the other cap. I need to stop building stuff that uses gears, man. It feels bad. So many gears. We're also going to need a carousel area. That's going to be fun. Okay, this is 150. This is 350. 18, 28, 58. Yeah, 5.8. More science. We're almost done. Now we have antidotes. Nice. I guess we don't need storage for it. I don't think the medical beds need that as well, right? Do they need another building? Injured. Cures contaminated. Okay, so it doesn't look like you need a building for it. Mud pit. So this is gonna require us to have dirt excavation. I don't see a good spot for this, realistically. I should probably pick the tallest spot, like maybe right here. Just dig down. It's also going to be kind of power hungry. There is a geothermal vent here. Zip line to this spot just to use the geothermal field as a power source. And we get to power the dirt excavator full time. Hauling would be a pain though. But yeah, that's like the only way we generate dirt. We won't need that for the mud baths though, eventually. I think we'll probably just end up using some windmill stuff. Another thing is that realistically, we're probably not gonna be moving the dirt excavator. So once we hit the bottommost part of it, we're probably just gonna keep getting dirt and not worry about going deeper. We probably can't like worry about that being the way to do it. Oop, scrap's done. Nice. Dude, we almost used up all the scrap. That's impressive. All the scrap is done. That means we're going here. Hmm. Probably do that. Into that. So far, so... And it's cleaned up. Kind of looks gray water-ish. But you know what? It's not red anymore. No one got sick. I think there's an achievement for getting a beaver sick with the bad water. I hate to say that, man. I really do think that's an achievement. 48. Rooftop, contemplation, agora, dance hall. It might be because it's the middle of the day. We should probably wait till it's nighttime to see if everyone gets the plus. Planks are good. We don't really need storage right now. So it's just, you know, they're making gears. Okay, we're going to do the scrap metal right here as well. Gotta pop this. Alright, we'll leave the staircase there because we might want to use this space. One thing that makes a lot of sense, though, is we might just dynamite this and use the fertile land that's underneath. More metal, though, just because it's like, we might as well have that being harvested somehow, some way, some shape, some form. That's been working well. You know what I would love with this game, though? A resource capacity limiter. So instead of going up to 1,000, I could set this to 500. Because the thing with the storages is that you never really want to build the largest because it holds so much. I guess it's also a little bit expensive too. But the medium ones get you by for a good majority of the game. But it's like, I just kind of want a resource limiter most of the time. It's like, I need a little bit. And it's like, I kind of want to make this now, so I have to make it later. Autosave. The Lados. Everyone's traveling. 44. People are still complaining. Maybe we got to give them more leisure time. All right, clean water spilling out because you have too much water. That actually means this is topped off, which is amazing. It's healing, boys. It's healing. All right, I guess we would pre-dynamite this area. So 3, we might want it 3 wide. I feel like that's fair. We do that. Yeah. And then we're gonna basically levy this to flow into here. So this spawns, goes this way, flows out that way. This is going to get shut off, so this is not going to matter. This might pool and accumulate, but that's fine. It's not going to do anything. We're not going to grow anything here. We're just going to be using the water source. What's going on, Golith? I see you over there, man. Hope you're doing good. What's wrong, baby? He's a little mad. Golith, then how have you been, man? I haven't seen you in a long time. We've been more the same, man. Just trying to get by. Trying to do the stream thing. Trying to grow the community. It's been a little rough. But you know what, man? You know, it could have been worse. So we're just, you know, chin up. Trying to hope that everything just works out. But otherwise, man, just doing some Timberborn right now. 1.0 experimental branch, meaning that the 1.0 release is going to happening maybe in a couple of months. There's no set date for it yet, though. How's the grape soda? It cleaned. Got cleaned. Look at that. We got blue and red Gatorade now. No more of that purple stuff. No more of that purple stuff, man. But yeah, all the new Timberborn set up. Trying to keep the beavers happy. Trying to make sure you have everything they want. Red, maple. Oh, we have maple pastries. Alright, so it's just social life is lacking. And then we need the monuments, and then we need 2 more detailers, and then more books. Okay. I saw that it's close to 1.0. Yeah, it's close to 1.0. So it's a little bit of hype of that. But yeah, they just released achievements. So far, man, it's looking all right. Looks like we do need more detailers, so we're just going to put that in. Vacancies, 3 unemployed, that's fine. We'll get them jobs. All right, we're farming. How close are we here? 340. Less than 100, that's pretty good. Okay. So we want to hit 71 well-being. The biggest thing is probably going to be getting the monuments. We have it unlocked, but we basically just have to start getting the resources. Good news, bad news. Good news is that we have pretty much everything here. Bad news is that we don't have enough of everything. But you know what? I think we'll be fine. Not perfectly centered, but I'll take it. We could try to perfectly center this, actually. Because we can. And then we have to demo this. And then it would be actually lined up centered. But yeah, game's pretty good. Just lacks a little bit of like long-term playing this every day. You'll probably get over this in like less than a month. It's basically what it's missing. Like, it's a cute little game. It's fun. It's just, it feels like once you do everything, you don't want to do it again. There we go. Lined up and centered with the other 2 monuments. Alright, so it's large. We don't get everything, but it needs to be in the water. A lot of the initial pathing, they're always going to get the Fountain of Joy, so it should be fine. So the only thing we don't have is the planks. Everything else we should be good. You need 100 treated, and I think it's 300 metal. We had 200. So this only needs gears. Everything else is topped off. So we could probably build both at the same time. Our planks going down means that our sawmills are just going to be more active. Not a bad thing. Extract is a little low. No more bad water. That's why. All right, we'll open this back again. Later on, we'll be able to just extract it from here directly. And then we'll be able to get rid of this bad water pump in the corner. So far, so good. Pastries is the only thing not keeping up. Everyone loves the pastries. I mean, we're plus 75 and everyone's eating it, right? Yeah, everyone's eating it. Alright, so as long as we're positive, that's all really matters. Drought's approaching, that's fine. Shouldn't really hurt us. We have bad water. We're gonna need that for the extracts, and then we need the extracts for the detailers. Each one is gonna have a different pattern, depending on which one they go to. Alright. Well-being's a little bit low. They're going to be able to go do the things that they want. I want to reduce the work hours, but it's like I kind of need it. Gears are up. This means... Oh, okay. We need 10 more gears, but we're more or less ready. It looks like all the builders are trying to haul to this instead. Yep. Treated planks are good. Almost 200. We have 68, and then we only need... Yeah, okay, we're doing pretty good. We have enough scrap metal, so it's just a matter of time. Always need more workers. Yep, yep. One vacancy. Oh, 3 people are passed out. Oh, they're passed out, boys. They need medical attention. They do be the injured. They'll be fine, though. They'll be fine. That is another thing. Injury reduces the well-being. Because they get hurt on the job, and they're trying to get workers' comp, but that doesn't exist in the game. Feels bad, man. Planks, metal blocks. 70%. 4 injured. Oof. Okay, we just need to build this. Hey, let's go. Not bad, not bad. I'll leave this here because I don't think we need access to the top. And then we need to pause this. We need to wait for the water to dry out before we could use that. It's drying out, good news. But then this is pulled up, so we gotta wait for that. Okay, that means just the planks and then metal blocks. Okay, cool. After we do this, we gotta cap this one. Ooh, this is ready. Okay, so this is gonna spill down to spill down. This could spread. We don't really matter. Or that doesn't really matter to us. We'll run a suspension bridge here. That way we get across. And then we can just remove the pathing. And then add the dynamite here. This rerouting now is not that bad, actually. I still probably wouldn't do it yet. And then this is clean. Boop, boop. And then all we got to do is get this going this way. We probably need to do it like that. Because we want to get to this height. Drought time is good times. Technically, I think this is where I want to be. We just can't build there yet. Yeah. We probably want it like that. I guess we could just dynamite this part. Have that be the overflow path, and then we just pull this up. Wall, 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 and then wall right here. Let's bump this up. These need to be levees. The wonder AI makes up stuff. Was watching a video about games like Factorio, and most games were like, well, it's not exactly like Factorio, but I like it. That's the classic, man. I feel like that is corporate levels of, hey man, just slap it on, slap the tag on, it's gonna be fine. Like, I wonder what the people are gonna say. One of those corporate level, just do it, man. It'd be like that sometimes. Let's run that way. Goled coming in with the lurks. Appreciate you, Goled. Thank you for the lurks. Appreciate you for popping in, man. I haven't seen you in a long time. If you didn't know, we started playing a little bit of Cities again. Not that much. Just because Skylines 2 is dead. And then Skylines 1 is what we're playing. But hey, man, I appreciate you for popping in, man. See you next time, dude. Rest, soul, res easy. Whatever it is you gotta do. Alright, the bridge is up. So we bop these 3, and then we put a 2 dynamite. So everything routes down this way. I guess we do put a double plat here and here. And we run the levy system like that. Corporate BS though is another level. Corporate BS, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. You know what I'm talking about though, right? It's like It could be like a 1%. It's like Dumb and Dumber, dude. So you're telling me there's a chance that someone might confuse us with a game like Factorio? You know what I'm saying? They tell me there's a chance, I'll take it. That's the funny thing. That's another thing about that. That's where you have the people going, but how is a business supposed to operate? You gotta pay them, no matter how stupid the reasoning might be. And it's like, wait, you didn't justify anything then. You're just saying, give us money. But then a lot of people look at that and be like, I guess that's a valid reason. I'm just kind of like, wait, how? What do you mean? Man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yeah, we make stuff cost more not because you get to pay for it. Yep, that's basically the last the last 10-15 years in a nutshell. Maybe I would say 10. It felt like very recently there was just a hike up in prices, and everywhere along the way everyone just blamed the person they bought it from. Like, we the customers will look at beef and it's like, why is that $10 a pound for beef? And then it ends up being that, oh yeah, the guy we get it from, you know, who says the price went up, and then that guy goes, oh yeah, the farmers I buy the cows from said the price went up. So it's like, what can we do? And then it's just everyone's going shrug. And then that same year, you get everyone across the board is making record profits. But the like cost of living tripled. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like everyone just shrugs and points the finger down the line. And then now they're getting screwed. Like, the beef pricing being at $9.99 has popped. It is no longer being that high because no one's buying it. And now it's, you know, we're effectively in a recession. And if not a depression. It has gotten to the point where, you know, everyone's saying that, yeah, man, that meat bubble for beef, that pricing bubble for beef is collapsing and everyone's getting laid off. And then now everyone's struggling. And it's like, dude, what did you expect, man? You made up like fake reasons why you had to increase prices, and it bit you in the ass. Like, you know, it is what it is, man. Prices go up 2 reasons: cost more, and or because buyers are willing to pay more. Supply demand. Yep. But when you start fixing the price like that and start becoming a little bit predatory, that's why we get the inflation that we have now. Realistically, man, it's spiraled. This is something history told us would happen, yet all the corporate bigwigs are like, no man, we're gonna do it a little bit different. It's not gonna be that bad. I feel like we're reliving, man, from 1920s forward. Like, after the depression of 1920s, that was effectively the bubble pop reception for the housing. And then everything going forward is the same thing. There's probably going to be new FDA laws that are going to make it stricter for food. Quality on food is already down. Everything across the board has just gone worse. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's the biggest reasoning, the tariffs. Did you see the thing Costco did that I thought was super pog. They are suing Donald Trump for all the tariff money lost. And Costco is spearheading it. They were that court order thing didn't get any attention. And because it was a lot of small businesses suing the government for like bullshit tariffs. And it's like they actually have a reasoning for it. The problem was that they were just too small of a group. Recently, Costco just joined that, and it's like, well, that's Costco, man. You're not gonna fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. That's Costco, baby. I saw that post, and the freaking comments on that were hilarious. How does Costco keep winning? Oh my god, that thing was so funny. The forum post is like, I already love Costco. How do they make me love them even more? How can they keep doing this? Costco just can't lose. It's so funny, man. Oh my god. They really are the people's market, man. I feel like the one thing Costco has done a good job of is not gaslight themselves into believing they could make that much more money and then doing the unethical stuff. I really do feel that, man. Shout out to Costco. 55. Let's go. They do. And I feel like it's because they're one of the few corporations that are like really big. Like effectively you would call it a market superpower. In our market there's like certain big brands that like if they want they could bully other people, right? Apple, Microsoft, you know, things like that. The video game companies, the video card companies, Nvidia and all that good stuff. I feel like amongst those people that have market share and are like have power like that, it feels like Costco is one of the, if not one of the only, like, they have integrity, so to speak. They still have their integrity, man. Shout out to them. All right, I might need to put a platform here. And then we're gonna put a single. We're gonna do this levy. We should be able to build this. This small pocket shouldn't matter. But I was talking about Costco in Japan and Hawaii. Dude, the Hawaii, I didn't know this. Costco in Hawaii, in it of itself, the single store, not the other stores in Hawaii, but their one store, makes up like it's the California in Costco. Like if you look at America and how much money they bring to the country from the state individually, California is like way in the lead, right? Them and like the other 3 to 4 metropolises like New York, Florida, Texas, right? Yeah. They make so much money, dude. That Costco in Hawaii is like $500 million from the one store. I saw that video, dude. I was like, wow. And it's like, it's one of those mega Costcos that's super big, but it's like, apparently they like supply everyone there. It's impressive, man. $500 million from a grocery store. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a warehouse, you know, style. But still, that's, dude, you typically don't even get close to millions because of how turnover works, right? Like the produce doesn't sell, you have a loss because you didn't sell everything that you bought, you know? And the margins are usually really tight for food. Like it's one of the harder things to consistently make money off of because of the fact that you have a lot of turnover, inventory going bad, not everything gets sold. When Walmart opens up, all the other stores close around it. When Costco opens up, all those stores flourish. I've never looked at that statistic. I would believe it though if you told me that's how it worked. Like, yeah, I believe it. I've never seen the statistics for that though. Oh, that's what the video says. I might have missed that. I saw another one that was not stores, but the land value. They say that if you open up a Costco in an area, everyone moves towards it and the land value goes up. I saw more so on the consumer side. I was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We were talking about that the other day. If Costco, dude, if I get a move and I get to pick any spawn in the world, I want to be next to a Costco, dude. That's a funny thing. So they could afford higher margin good. That makes sense. That makes sense. Got to get that bulk discount, man. Didn't they say in Costco that most Costcos operate at a net zero? And that in 90% of their Costcos, they make money off of the membership. Right? That's crazy. They're not even trying to profit off of selling the goods. Like, their profit is the membership that you pay every year. And then everything else is like, yeah, man, get your money's worth. That's very impressive, man. And even with that type of model, the Hawaii store makes $500 million. That's just wild, man. Honestly, that's just wild. That's so much money. They do have low margins, yeah. Dude, not only that, like, Costco is like the one of the few stores that still does free samples. Dude, they don't do that anywhere anymore, man. It's like it's Costco or nothing else. Yeah, dude, they treat their. I used to have some. Yeah, we've talked about this. I used to have some friends that work at Costco. They're like, it's nice over there, man. They hire from within. A lot of good stuff. Everything is great, man. They pay most of their people. They have the internal growth, climbing up the ladder. Like, they basically have the dream still, so to speak. They still got the dream. Dude, we're almost at 60. Oh my god. All right, we need some more contemplation stops still. We'll put it in the back because we can. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. And then we could put some more right here if we want. From that video in Japan store, they were paying low US money, which is way high for that area. Oh wait, so they... Oh yeah, because of the economy in Japan. Japan is one of the only countries in the world that suffers from deflation. That's true, I didn't even consider that. Because of currency exchange. They actually get more than they make. You know what's funny, man? I almost never see Costco's in any of the Japanese videos. Like, oh man, look at this local ramen shop. Look at this sushi place. And they have like the YouTube shorts or they're cooking on the street. I never see a Costco inside any of the videos in the background or anything like that, man. It makes me wonder, like, do they only have like a few locations and it's like, you know, in Tokyo and stuff like that? US salary, I mean. So for US, it's too small. For GBA, it's 3 times their rate for historical. Oh, so basically Costco is like the great job. I wonder if it's also, not only is it competitive pay, I wonder if it's also US culture. Because I hear one of the problems with the Japanese workplace stuff is the Japanese work culture. Sleep at their job, can't leave before the bosses do, right? You might be on, you know, salary, but you gotta wait till the bosses leave. And there's like a lot of overworking. Dude, they would probably thrive. Pay more, US culture, so it's more lax, not as cutthroat. But then it's still Costco, so you're kind of competing amongst your peers because you're hiring from within. Makes you wonder, man. Yeah, they opened up like an hour away from Tokyo, and now the whole small town thrives with all the people coming and shopping. I imagine. Do you think that Costco in Japan has a lot of good beef sales? The reason why I ask is because it's like, first thing that comes to mind is Kobe beef and Wagyu. That's like a Japanese product. Does that mean like they don't buy the beef from Costco? Like, if anything, they might like reverse import it. Right, but it's like all the farms and all that for you to like grow Wagyu and like the Kobe beef stuff is in Japan. I could see them reselling, but at the same time, I could also see them just not selling anything. Maybe they source their products locally, and then that becomes how it's done. That makes sense. Do a locally sourced setup. Number was nuts. Walmart has 500,000 items in their store. Costco has 4K. You know what's one thing I'm wondering about that? Walmart has a very weird business model. Their business model is really unique in a sense that they're always playing bully ball. So, yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you buy anything from Walmart, it's typically a Walmart version of that item. What I mean when I say that is that if you get a TV from Sony and you buy that TV from Walmart, they will have a separate model for Walmart to sell. And Walmart gets to dictate the specs of how much things cost, the margin and stuff like that. And then they just make it for Walmart. So if you buy that from them, like Black Friday, buy a flat screen, and you call the support and you tell them that you're having a problem, they tell you, oh, this is a Walmart version. We can't help you with that. You're just going to have to take it to the Walmart store. Versus if you buy like a product from anywhere else that's like a, you know, their original model, they would actually come in with support, you know? Yeah, it helps drives down cost, but they could only do that because they're Walmart though. No one else could really do that. Like a lot of times you might have other places do. I know Costco does something like that sometimes, but it's normally like only if they're like putting their Kirkland brand on it. If it's like something commercial, like, oh, it's a Sony flat screen, they'll be like, we'll just take it as is, right? Whereas Walmart will get a Dash W model for it. It's really weird. But yeah, you could easily verify that by if you buy something on Black Friday, so to speak, and you need to like get support, the guys will ask you for the model number and tell you, oh yeah, that's, we'll help you with that, or no, we can't. Now, the point of me saying that is, I wonder if that counts as a separate item. The fact that they could sell 5 things that are different items of the same item and same package size. You could have the bootleg brand, like bootleg RC Cola, Walmart brand cola, Coca-Cola, you know, actually from Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? It's like, is that all different items? Yeah, Costco brand has their name on it, the Kirkland brand. Walmart, you might actually get a Walmart version that's you wouldn't know it's a Walmart version. Yeah, it's sold cheaper. It is. Usually the Walmart models are like cheaper cost so that they could get away with a lower cost. So it's weird because it's like if you sell a TV to Costco, I mean to Walmart, and they want to do a Walmart model, you can't sell your original product anymore because then you'd be undercutting yourself. It's such a weird concept, man. Because it's only made for them and won't compete with that brand, even Costco anywhere. Yeah, that's true. A lot of times that is the case. Or they'll have a similar one, but it's just not sold at Walmart. Dude, imagine it's something stupid like, oh man, this monitor is a 22-inch, $99. Walmart has a 21.5-inch, $95. That half-inch on monitor space, man. $5. With the branding, manufacturer guarantee to sell a lot. So they go, yeah, that's how they do it. Number of stores nationwide. They basically are like, you got to give us a discount for the big numbers of purchases we'll have. Yep, that's what it is, man. 100%. Dude, we dropped down to 50 again. 58. All right, we have the planks. Wow, we're almost done. We just need one more gear. We could cap this. Let's go. I will say one thing Costco is very strict on is logistics. They have very, very strict logistics, man. That's the one thing where it's like you could easily lose your profit margin if you just have bad drivers, man. I'm not even kidding. Easily. All right, so this is capped now. Let's go. Closed. We get rid of this suspension bridge. All right, all the goods are right there. We could open this up if we need to. And then pop. Drain this out this way. All right, now all we need to do is come in with setup here. I guess if we want, we could do this. We could detonate all that. We could detonate this as well. And then we'll have a little island in the middle. Maybe we do a platform setup here. And then we just pop everything here. And then effectively this dries out. And then we're waiting for this to be built so that we can remove the suspension bridge. Because I don't know if this spilling on my beavers gets them sick. And then we've effectively rerouted this drain down this way. This is closed, so it's not going to generate anymore. Good stuff, good stuff. Dude, I'm gonna be real, man. I would never buy pre-packaged salad anymore. I used to work for a salad company. Not as like a, you know, on the line or anything like that. I used to work in accounting in the salad company. And man, there's like some weird ingredients that go in salads. And it's like, because of those weird ingredients, I typically don't buy pre-packaged salads anymore. Now, it's not like it's super bad for you gross. It's more so on the line that I'm not even sure if people know that it's there and what the effects are. Yeah, there's in every... I don't think this is like weird info. In every pre-made salad that's bagged or sealed up in a container, they add... So basically it's for anything that's sliced. So whole heads of cabbage, whole heads of lettuce, romaine, hearts, things like that. Anything that's the whole thing doesn't have this. But only on the like the chopped pre-made salads, all you gotta do is open, add the sauce that's inside the bag, and then you eat it right then and there. Right? Not those. I mean, those are the ones I'm talking about, the packaged ones. Right? They have something called saladizer that makes it so that the salad doesn't wilt or turn green and mushy, and it stays fresher for longer. That's added. It's similar to how they add another type of powder to sliced cheese, the pre-sliced stuff. They add something so that, you know, the shredded cheese doesn't stick together, because the cheese will stick together if you don't add this powder. So like, I always buy cheese by the block, and I always buy produce like as whole. But yeah, I avoid those things, man. Feels bad. I avoid a lot of those products. So yeah, a lot of times, man, I just buy the produce and I do whatever I need to do with it. They do, but it's like, if you were to buy fresh produce, the moment you chop it and you put it in the fridge, the next day it's starting to look bad. The saladizer gives you an extra 3 days to a week for it to look fresh. It extends the shelf life. I mean, I don't know. That was back like 10 years ago. Maybe they made some improvements on it. But that's what it's called, saladizer. I have no idea what's actually... Like, I don't know what it's made out of. I just know what it is. Hey, man, they call it saladizer. I don't know what it actually does. I just know it's there. Oh, no. All right. That's just in time. That's true, man. Ground beef is a different story. But yeah, ground beef. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. All right, we'll get to see if this works. We'll just need to dynamite this and we'll be done. I guess we don't need this and we just recoup this. Oh, no storage space for planks? Are you serious? No storage space for planks. Okay, that means we could... What do we want to spend it on? I do want to do another dance hall. We just don't have a good spot for this. Put it here. I mean, it would fit. I guess we don't need the chestnuts. All right. Dance hall on the low ground. I wonder... Yeah, I don't know what it's actually made of, like the composition, so it's hard to really say, right? It's one of those things. That it's like fear of the unknown, more so than a fear of anything actually bad. All right, so the water is going to spill out this way. This is flat. Comes in, comes out. We could even carve a spillway here, but we don't need to. No more water there. So this will spill into here. We could do like a one deep line here to make it so that it tries to flow out instead of topping this off. But it's probably not a big deal at all. All right, now that this is effectively separated, because we keep it separated, we could now deal with this bad water that's right here. Okay, so we gotta do the double levee setup, triple levee, because we do want to wall the water up to this height. And then we have to do probably a floodgate structure here. We did dynamite this. Alright, I guess I'll wait, because I'm scared of the bad water popping us. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be oxidization. A lot of times that's what bops a lot of plants. That's why bananas turn black, right? A lot of produce ages faster if you keep it in the plastic bag. It's basically not getting fresh air. It probably does have to do with like the oxidizer. This is flowing from somewhere else. Okay, it's not a problem then. Do I want to cap this? It probably doesn't matter. I might leave that as a power source eventually. All right, so we took that as a reservoir instead of a power source here, which is fine. We're just gonna run windmills to power this. Don't think it's a big deal though. But then with this active as water, we're gonna have nice fertile land and a lot of space. This will still be bad water. We're just gonna be adding in clean water. And then once we get this as an active water space, we get a lot more space right here as like farm grounds. This is actually a lot of space. Though we'll probably just keep our base as is. Oh yeah, that's why they say one bad apple spoils the bunch. It'd be like that, man. It'd be like that. Oh, I might not be able to build the earth recultivator here because of the freaking zip line. God damn it. This is going to be the next thing we build. All right, so I do have to bop these three. It goes out to here. This is 7. 7. Okay. Bad tide started. I'm not worried. We need to do that. So if you want ripen some apples, just put them in a bag with apple. Or you should want to ripen some of the produce. I see you. Okay, so it probably makes sense to do this. And then we want to move the pylon up top. This should be fine. I might even put it here at the very high ground so that we just, you know, we'll be okay this way. Oh no, bro. My beavers are just gonna despawn. I don't know what happens here. I'll wait till it's nighttime so everyone's done moving around. Bagged filled with nitrogen. Did not consider that. So it's here to here. There we go. All right. Earth recultivator. All right, we're gonna bop this path. Have this come out here. And then we're gonna do here. That's gonna be where the entrance needs to line up to. There we go. Centered. All right, so 2,000 gears. Might as well get started. This is gonna take forever to build. 1,500 metal blocks, 2,000 treated, 2,000 gears. God damn, dude. This is gonna give us a lot of how much does this give you? It doesn't actually say. 257, that might be what, 10? That'll be at 68. And then that means the last thing we need is probably the mud bath. So we need to get a dirt excavator somewhere. Get dirt. We might even just do it here for fun. We probably want to do it somewhere by this. But yeah, we could do it here. Dirt excavators, put some windmills up there, bring it down. Yeah, man. We gotta be digging. We gotta get started with that. Alright, 11k science. We could pause this now, which means we get to free up 200 watts of power. Alright, is this an achievement? Unlocking everything? Let's hear the sound. That's not an achievement? Unlocking oh no, right here. How is that not an achievement? Everything's unlocked. Am I missing something? Everything's unlocked. We didn't get the achievement, boys. How is there no achievement for unlocking everything with science? Feels bad. There might be like hit 100,000 science, something stupid like that. I'm a little bit worried that might actually be an achievement. I'll keep this on. Something stupid like hit 1 million science. Just in case that ends up being like an achievement. You never know. All right, bad tide. This is flowing out. This is flowing out. This seems perfectly capable of handling the volume. Spills down into there. Everything looks pretty good. Oh, Johnny 9, that's true. I haven't played Ironteeth on 1.0 yet. There might be an Ironteeth tech that requires the science, and I need to get that as well. That's a good point, man. Thank you, Johnny 9. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I thought I was getting debated. Now, we still got to hit 71. So, last monument, and then carousel and mud pit. So, I'm thinking, since we pretty much have this area tamed, dirt excavator right here is pretty good, because we're already on the high ground. I might even want it right here. And then we just got to get power to it, which hopefully shouldn't be that bad. Alright, this is going to take up all the resource, though. That's the only thing that might suck with this. Okay, so this will need power. And that's going to be from the side, I think. The side of the building. That has to be the only spot with it. So we would probably want to do... We don't need to go here anymore. I think it makes sense to want to pull the power up to here, but at the same time, I'm thinking, couldn't I just pull this backwards and put windmills every so often? This is never gonna flood. So what we would do is dynamite, run a shaft, and then ladder, staircase, and then just put windmills here. That's probably fine. I do think I need to do this though, because I think we have to connect the power to the side of the base. And since we're sinking that down, that's probably going to be a problem. Our gears, we're not going to have. Treated planks, we're not going to have. Metal, we're not going to have. Yeah, it's all going here. God damn. That's fine, that's fine. It'd be like that sometimes. $57.56. Roofing needs to be better. Rooftop terrace is pretty good. All right, it looks like we need to do more of the meme roofing. Yeah, we will do more meme roofing. We were gonna do singles. Then we do the double right there. So we're just gonna get, you know, roofing bonus going through these areas. We want it to be somewhat symmetrical. Beavers need sunlight, you know how it is. They're always wet. So we're just trying to make sure they got some roofing. I probably would benefit most by putting some roofing like here, here, basically at every intersection. I probably should put at least a single roof there, and it would help out a lot. Yeah, we should try. So here, this might get bopped by the... I doubt it though. That's not bad. These guys probably wouldn't mind. Now we're using planks for the roofing, so it's like, it's not going to hurt any of the monument building. Here, 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 here. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's get one here. Guess we get one here. 1, 2, 3. All right, doesn't bop the zip lines. Look pretty good. All right, the random roofing strat. I'm hoping this is like good strats. Wouldn't be bad. This has got no deliveries. All right, we're going to prioritize the dirt over everything else. Just because this is going to take years. Years. Cycles. Full cycles. Cycle 20, one map. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we need to enable this. Wait, does this require power? Bad water rig. No power. Nice. We don't need the bad water from that. So even though it's hooked up, we don't need it. It will just basically allow us to, you know, demolish this. And then close this bad water source. It doesn't really affect us though. We get that. I got the power. We're gonna run a vertical here. Oh no, it cost a lot. Just pay the logs. All right, we're just gonna run around it. Logic being is that we could put the windmills next to it. How much is this power needed? 200 horsepower. That's one large windmill, actually. All right, we'll just set this up first. Okay, so this is gonna slowly dry out. No more water is being added in. It's gonna take some time though. Like, I don't even know how many tiles deep this is. Dude, this is working. This is working, man. We have a sluice feed in, and then we have a floodgate feed back out. 65, 80. So when there's too much water, it fills this up. When this side is too little, this drains out into here. It works out pretty well. Looking all right. Looking all right. All right, people of chat, this is probably a great spot to wrap things up for the night. We're 3 monuments in, 58 well-being high score out of the 71 possible. There's an achievement for having 100 beavers with max well-being. That's going to be one of the, well, it's going to be what's driving our run. Everything else we get along the way is just going to be, you know, we get it along the way. Part of me wants to build at least one of everything in case I need to do that for one of the achievements. I haven't built any contamination barriers or impermeable floors, so I'm considering that. Though what makes a lot of sense is a contamination barrier right here. And then I probably have to dynamite this or something and put something on top. But I do want to reduce it. Because this does spill. Either way, I guess we just build a couple. We don't really need it. Contamination. Put a impermeable floor. We don't have triple or double built for the memes. We'll just have it here. Everything else we built once except the terrain block. We don't have dirt yet. I think we've built everything here. Maybe not the beam. This one. These two we have. I think we've done all the platforms. Suspension bridges. I haven't built the overhang yet. And then a platform. Just in case there's an achievement to build it. I don't actually know if there is one. And with that, I am going to stop playing like I said it was. Man, I just kept playing. Guys, let's get that saving.